Denver City Council is now in session. Pursuant to RCW 42.30.1101I, the City Council will now enter into an executive session to discuss potential litigation. This executive session is slated to last 40 minutes until approximately 7 p.m. No action is expected.
Hi, Dawn. I see you're online. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
It's faint. Try again.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kenmore City Council is adjourning its special meeting and calling the regular meeting to order. Waiting for Councilmember Marshall before we take the roll. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember File,
Present.
Councilmember Kugler,
Here.
Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Baker,
Present.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Here.
Mayor Herbig,
Here.
and Councilmember Shrubnik has been excused.
Correct. Next on our agenda is the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the city of Kenmore is situated upon the ancestral lands of the Snohomish, Snoqualmie, Soxhawtl, Duwamish, Stillaquamish, Tulalip, Suquamish, Muckleshoot, and other tribes who are part of the Coast Salish peoples. We recognize and express our deepest respect for their enduring stewardship and profound leadership relationship with this land, which they have cherished and protected since time immemorial. We honor the First Peoples, acknowledge their vibrant cultures, and commit ourselves to learning from their wisdom in our journey to promote justice, equity, and mutual understanding. We pledge to stand alongside these communities in acknowledging past injustices and working towards a future that respects and celebrates the diverse heritage of this land. You all please stand and join me in the flag salute. Unless there are any objections, the agenda will stand approved as published. There are no objections, the agenda is approved. Mr. City Manager, where is the fun?
Let's go back a couple of months to September when we had some of our, what I call eco co-creators at work. So many of you have heard me use the term co-creators, but we have some eco co-creators that have been especially busy this year. And so in September, they put on Stream Fest, and it was a great event. It was at Log Boom Park, and there were lots of people that came by, a good turnout. And this photo was taken at the end. Come on up, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, come up to the mic. This photo was taken at the end after the event was over. And so these are some of the volunteers that participated in the event. And I've asked Elizabeth Mooney, who spearheaded the event, to chat about it a little bit. So right on time. Good job.
Thank you. My prescription. Hey, good to see you. Thank you, Rob, for featuring Streamfest as Where's the Fun? I'm Elizabeth Mooney, and I've lived in Kenmore since 1995, and I'm part of People for an Environmentally Responsible Kenmore. We co-led Streamfest this year with other concerned and caring nonprofits and community members in order to raise awareness for the small local streams that feed North Lake Washington. It's a fun way for everyone to learn about the importance of small streams to salmon recovery. We had so much fun. Families and community members of all ages were able to make a fish print, take a kayak out on Lake Washington, hear beautiful music, create a mural on the King County Pump House with chalk, launch a kokanee beanbag through a cornhole culvert, take a picture with Mike the orca, go on a scavenger hunt, locate their home on a map of our watershed, engage in community science, learn about how they can keep their watershed clean, watch fly fishing demonstrations, pick up free samples to make it easy to clean up after their dogs, walking the Burt Gilman, etc. Learn about how to design a rain garden from our local friends and volunteers, talk to the city about climate action plans, and visit Samantha the sturgeon. We're so grateful to all the city for their support of the fun at Log Boom Park this year. Streamfest is an annual event. We hope you join the fun in 2024. Keeping our water clean and our habitat healthy is so important. In the meantime, there are lots of other ways you can all be involved. For example, adopt a storm drain through the city, attend a Swamp Creek habitat restoration work party. We have lots of projects and places where we can keep having fun, keep the momentum going, loving our salmon, our birds, our schools, our co-creators and co-habitants of our ecosystem. Thank you. And see that city manager? I wanted to stand right by him. There.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Your Honor, back to you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have public comments. We welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, the council does not engage or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. We will hear from our on-site guests first, followed by our pre-registered virtual guests. All guests must address comments to the mayor and city council. The clerk will acknowledge your request and call your name when it is your turn. Your time will start when we confirm that we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence for the record and keep your comments to the allotted time. We will not split time. Will not split your time with others or reset your time except by express approval of the presiding officer. You can submit materials to the council or clerk in advance. This meeting is being recorded. Thank you for taking the time to express your comments. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 4 guests wishing to speak: Lori Sperry, Patrick O'Brien, Carl Michaelman, and Stacy Valenzuela. Ms. Sperry?
Hi, Lori Sperry, City of Kenmore. I'm going to read the creation acknowledgement, but first I needed to clarify some comments I made last week. So as you know, I had spoke against the using the surface water management fees for the bond. I was against the bond as well. And I implied that there had been misrepresentation, that the public wasn't aware that the surface water management fees were being used towards the public records. And I'd held up the little fish postcard. Well, I went home and I read the fine print and it was there. So I apologize. It was there. So now I'm going to use the rest of the time to do the creation acknowledgement. When Creator made the heavens and the earth was completely formless and empty, with nothing but darkness draped over the deep. Creator's spirit hovered over the face of the waters, and then the Creator announced, "Let there be light," and light burst forth. And Creator saw the light as pleasing and beautiful, and he used the light to dispel the darkness. Creator called the light day and the darkness night, and so evening gave way to morning the first day. And Creator said, "Let there be an atmosphere above the heavens of the waters," and he called it sky. Then Creator said, "Let the water beneath the sky be gathered into one place. Let the dry ground appear," and so it happened. And he called the dry ground land and the waters seas. Creator saw the beauty of his creation, and he was very pleased. Then Creator said, "Let the land burst forth with growth, plants that bear seeds of their own kind, and every variety of fruit tree, each with the power to multiply from its own seed." And so it happened. The land flourished, and Creator loved what he saw, for it was beautiful. Then Creator made the sun, moon, stars to illuminate the earth and separate the light from darkness. Creator loved what he saw, for it was beautiful. Creator said, "Let there be life. Let the waters swarm with sea life. Let the sky be filled with soaring birds of every kind." And Creator loved what he saw, for it was beautiful. Creator blessed them, saying, reproduce and be fruitful. Creator said, let the earth produce every kind of animal, each after its own kind. And so it happened. And Creator loved what he saw, for it was beautiful. Then Creator said, let us make a man and a woman in our image to be like us. So Creator made man and woman and shaped them with his image inside them. In his own beautiful image, he created his masterpiece. And Creator blessed them in his love, saying, reproduce and be fruitful. Creator surveyed all he had made and said, I love it, for it pleased him greatly. And so the creation of the heavens and the earth were completed in all their beauty.
Good evening, Pat O'Brien, Kenmore, Washington. I think you'll all agree that if somebody stole $20 million from the city of Kenmore, it'd be pretty serious. That is what I'm alleging happened in this whole maintenance facility fiasco. It was done with the knowledge of the city council, individually or collectively, and definitely done with staff. When we heard reports on where the various sites could be for that maintenance facility, we got a staff report from Lori Anderson, I believe, that said the fire station wasn't available for sale. Well, neither was the property you acquired for $7 million, and that fire station could have been had for $3 to $5 million. It had been renovated so it could handle school children, so it was done thoroughly, has 4 bays for maintenance of heavy equipment. And you folks went out and said, oh, don't worry about it. We'll acquire these wetlands and this other project, and we've got unknown people behind the scenes pitching it to you. I queried the mayor, Nigel Herbig, and he said, oh yeah, the fire station over there has flooding issues. Never has that building had flooding issues. That's a direct inaccuracy. And now we're going to spend how many? $24 to $30 million for a maintenance facility when you could have had that building right down the street for $3 to $5 million. There's criminality going on, and I'm asking for an inquest. There should be a formal inquest. We should dig up Lori Anderson wherever she's hiding. We should play the Zoom meetings that were her testimony and others, Brian Hampson among them. I think I've mentioned him before, and find out who screwed this up. And I'm looking at you. You should absolutely feel responsibility for that, because it was under your leadership and guidance that you went ahead with that program to buy this property, other than doing a deal with the owner who Stacy talked to. And when Stacy talked to the owner, he hadn't been contacted by the city for 2 years. So $3 million, $5 million versus what you've got planned to spend and throw on the backs of taxpayers, that is ridiculous. And your staff and your city council need to have an inquest on how bad that went, because you basically are stealing more than $20 million from the taxpayers. Thank you.
Mr. Michelman?
Everybody awake? Good to see everybody. This is I'm Carl Michelman. I'm a business owner that owns property in Kenmore, and I live in Briar, and according to Karina File, I'm a non-resident. So I was going to talk today a couple things, saying this council, 1 and 1 somehow equals 3. I don't know how, but somehow that's how I'm feeling the way the council is adding. Because what I'm seeing here is you're putting economic development down to the bottom out of 11, and you are putting everything else to tax us, okay, up to the top 5. And essentially the point being is you need the economic development to offset taxes. I see none of that with you. We went ahead and gave a property to the Plymouth House, or I might be wrong in the name. Patrick, I'm sure you can tell me the name of it. Okay, but the point is, you really didn't talk to us. That's $3 million of our hard money. Then to top it all off, I'm watching, I didn't come here last week, but you were talking about property taxes and then the surface water management stuff, to raise that stuff to go up. I mean, come on, let's think about this. You're just spending, taking. I don't hear which the new electors, when they were doing their forms, we're working in partnership, because you're not. You haven't worked in partnerships. You guys are doing what you want to do. Okay, and I can continue on that, but I will later. But then, you know, Christmas is coming, Hanukkah's coming, the rest is all coming, right? And we have this issue that we can't light the tree because it has something to do with religion. Okay, and Deborah Shrebnick, who's part of my tribe, Jewish, was very offended about that, and that's why it happened. I get a business update here in Kenmore, and oh my God, Kenmore Holiday Food and Toy Drive, and you got Christmas trees on there. Which is it? You can do certain stuff to here, and then you can't do certain stuff there? Let me tell you, just from me being Jewish, okay, bottom line is, when that tree is lit, it has nothing to do with Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever other holidays is. What it has to do is it's the holiday season. And you guys should start looking at that and get us back to the tree lighting. It's really simple. But when I saw this is Christmas trees. I am offended, which you know I'm not. You can't have your cake and eat it. Either it comes off, or at least we work on something. That's what I gotta say for now. Thank you.
Stacy Valenzuela.
Because I couldn't get on the new program in time today, I had to expose myself. But don't get excited, not that way. Oh God. First and foremost, Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore. First and foremost, we need your action. We're still in recovery from the pandemic. Why is the city continuing to go deeper in debt? The Public Works rebuild was not an emergency from the start. And let me tell you, this is from my August of 2021 request to stop the rebuild. Millions of public funds should not be considered or wasting on a site. For a few, we only had like 4, but now 12 admins in Public Works. Are they needed? The budget should be closer to $3 million. The city continues to claim they do not have funds for requests of the residents when they come forward, but they continue to give millions to the Kenmore Row Club, the Watercraft Club, the baseball fields, now Public Works. It is not a necessary project. What other services will the residents lose for this project? Several times it has been brought forward that the old firehouse located at 18030 73rd Avenue is in so many ways the best site and meets the criteria, but the Public Works group failed to mark all the criteria. Then we were told, oh wait, Brian Hampson said that the owner did not want to sell. I contacted the property owner directly, and he told me that if the city had contacted him, which he hadn't heard in 2 years from, he would have sold for about $3 million. And he would have gladly been replaced over near closer to the schools so that he would be closer to the parents' drop-off. These are reasons why we ask again and again, are you listening to your residents? Because we care and it matters what we bring forward. And you have a lot of educational, environmental, and very smart residents that try to lead you in the direction. I think we should go back to having maybe districts, because I want to know who's representing me in my area. who's representing my neighbors? Because it doesn't seem like there's any representation the majority of the time, other than one or two. The rest are all for certain outside entities or what staff wants. We need to go back to basics. And I hope you will listen and take this to heart,
Thank you.
because wasting a lot of money is not where we want to go.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Valenzuela. Mayor Herbig, we do have a virtual registration here from Janet Hayes. Can we move on?
Yes.
Janet Hayes, are you with us?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
This is Janet Hayes. I've been a resident of Kenmore since 1998. I have a question and a request and a concern regarding the value the city of Kenmore gives to public comments and any attachments included with pictures, documents, and court filings, whether the speaker has received them personally or from public records requests in cities, counties, and state agencies like DOE, Army Corps of Engineers, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, Puget Sound Clean Air Agency, etc. I have personally gathered and provided pertinent historic and current attachments when making a public comment since 2008. I have sent hand-delivered or passed out my attachments at council meetings. I include all these attachments with my comment to validate my comment, always believing they have to keep them. I expected the city to do their due diligence with this past and current information. I questioned why the staff didn't seem to refer to any of the Clean Water Act violation suits I provided for them, or the appeals, several appeals on shoreline developments that had passed the determination of non-significance with a determination of non-significance and provided them to the council. In a council meeting in 2016, Nancy Owsley made a comment to Brian Hampson, loud enough for several unnamed public citizens attending to hear. Here she comes, more for the round file, laughing as I handed out my attachments. My concern is it has come to my attention that the attachments, pictures and documents, etc., sent and delivered by many don't have to be filed anywhere, except maybe in a file that says Janet Hayes or your name. My request is this public records request. I would like all of the comments of Janet Hayes from 2008 till current, with attachments included. I hope to glance at them before a decision is made for another permit with a determination of non-significance issued. Thank you. Oh, if the city does not know the history, how can the staff make any decision?
Thank you, Mrs. Hayes.
Action? Thank you.
Mayor Herbig, we have no additional registrations.
All right, I want to thank everybody for coming to public comment. Next presentation, tree canopy assessment update presented by Development Services Director Samantha Loyuk and King Conservation District Representative Ellen Arnstein.
Okay. Good evening, Kenmore City Council. I'm Samantha Loyuk, Development Services Director, and I have Ellen Arnstein with us from King Conservation District. Thank you for being here today to talk about the 2023 tree canopy assessment. Did you want to say something about KCD?
I'm Ellen Arnstein. I'm the Forest Stewardship Program Manager with King Conservation District. And I'm not sure if you are aware, but KCD is a non-regulatory, non-enforcement natural resources assistance agency, like a school district or a fire district, but our special purpose is natural resource management and conservation. We work with stream and shoreline owners, with farmers, with forest owners, and directly with cities to meet their conservation needs. Our role is to use localized science-supported assistance and best practices to address natural resources concerns. We are not a part of county government and are funded by an annual per parcel assessment throughout the county. And by the way, we are laying groundwork for our 2024 rate renewal with King County. Our current interlocal agreement expires at the end of next year. And to inform our plan, we're working on our strategic plan, updated program of work. We're building these materials with input from our advisory committee, the public, and city partners, like those in the city of Kenmore. So just wanted to tell you about two cool projects that we've done recently through our Urban Forest Stewardship Program, which directly works with cities to enhance green infrastructure by, for example, stewarding street trees, mapping tree canopy in this instance, restoring urban backyards. And so we'll talk a little bit about the tree canopy assessment.
Yeah, thanks, Ellen. So yeah, KCD has done some great work, and the agenda item you'll see from 2004 through this year. There have been some really good projects. In 2019, we had the tree canopy assessment, and 2022, we did a tree giveaway event, and then this year is the tree canopy assessment follow-up. All of that is from KCD and an important partnership. So as we go through some of the information, I just want to reference that it will say 2019 and 2023 assessments, and then it talks about the data. So the data is from 2017 and 2021 respectively. So if you see different dates, that is why. For the 2017 data, for that was the first tree canopy assessment that we did. There's an attachment to the agenda bill that has a summary, but these are some of the highlights that it showed: a 41% tree canopy coverage citywide. And it was showing a 2% loss in tree canopy since 2009. And single family and residential and public use institutional, like the PSP zone, had the highest canopy coverage at 42% and 58%. And based on the report, KCD made recommendations that increased efforts should be made to preserve the city's existing urban forest through revised management actions. And since then, we have done a lot we've done continued tree regulation updates, as you'll see later on tonight. The 2021 data, so this is new. The new data as part of the 2023 report shows 46% canopy coverage citywide, and that's a 5% increase, which represents 204 acres of tree canopy. That sounds like a lot, right? So we also have on the line, we have Morgan Garner from Planet Geo. I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce her, but she's the GIS expert who helped and partnered with KCD and can help explain if you have questions about how did we get to that data and what does that mean. But it does look like a 5% increase, which is great. And then you'll see that on just the comparative maps of the first assessment versus the second, and all areas of the city increased. All of this information is available to the public online through Kenmore's GIS system. So I put the web address there, and it's also available through KCD's website. And you would just select Kenmore, and you can compare different cities to see where we're at. The next steps for this is just continued work on the tree code as we're doing, and KCD recommends a tree assessment every 3 to 5 years. Thank you.
Questions? Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you. So it's got to be then that the increase in the canopy of 5% has got to be from newly planted trees after development in which there's no minimum size. Is that right?
It is also possible that the canopy increase is from existing trees growing larger, because as they grow, you know, they're producing more leaves. But I would say it's a combination of those two factors.
Councilmember Kuklar.
Thank you so much for coming tonight and sharing this new updated canopy study. I have a couple of questions. One is the canopy study generally done at the same time of year each time it's done?
The canopy study is done with the data that is released from the U.S. Department of Agriculture once a year. And Morgan can probably answer more explicitly, but it's not necessarily the same time of year, but the machine learning, it's artificial intelligence is such that it can tell the difference between trees and shrubs, no matter what time of year it is.
Okay, and it's done like a top-down study looking at the canopy from above?
So it's using, yes, it's using a combination of LiDAR and GIS tools.
Okay. I recall there was this, I don't remember exactly how it was described, but when I think when the lodge was built, I think there was a transfer of some property in St. Edward State Park. Do you know does anyone know whether that contributed to a big increase in the canopy because of that transfer of property?
Yeah, the study didn't specifically address that, so we would have to look at probably the map that was on here to show where the greatest increases are. So in the dark green at the bottom, you would see 83 to 86, but that's really high level.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
I was wondering, since you did offer if Morgan might be able to give that explanation. I did recently read that larger trees do grow faster and expand canopy at a greater rate than I ever would have guessed. But I would be really curious to hear a more in-depth explanation of how this happened, because it's so counterintuitive based on maybe what our perception or might be of our canopy. So thank you. It's news that we'd like to hear, by the way. This is definitely what we want more of, so thank you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Morgan. Thanks for introducing me earlier, Ellen. Yeah, so that's a great question. One of the, we usually have 3 main types of canopy gain. So one is what someone mentioned earlier, which would be new plantings in like new residential areas. And then another one would be natural regeneration. So trees just naturally drop seeds and they plant trees, naturally like next to themselves. And then the third would be the growth of pre-existing canopy. So like you were just mentioning, and that's usually the biggest, cause of growth that we see is canopy is just going to continue to get bigger until it either gets too heavy and falls over. So the growth and the expansion of pre-existing canopy is probably the largest cause of canopy growth that you saw in Kenmore.
So with that in mind, I'm asking a question. I don't want it to come off as rhetorical, but it may. So basically, since existing growth is likely accounting for the majority of this, the more that we can save existing trees, the better it is for our canopy in the long run. Would that be true?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And you're going to see larger benefits from older trees than you would from younger trees.
Any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much for the presentation. We really appreciate it. I know we're all excited to see the canopy growing, and we're going to continue working towards that. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda stands approved. Next, we have a public hearing. Proposed ordinance 23-0597, remaining Tier 2 tree regulations, presented by Development Services Director Samantha Loyuk and Assistant to the City Manager Garrett Oppenheim.
Hello, part 2. This time joined by Garrett Oppenheim, Assistant to the City Manager. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. We just want to start off with a little recap of where we've been with regard to trees. So you can see in May of last year, these Tier 2 tree regulations were presented to the council, and we saw a clear commitment to preservation of the urban forest from the city council. And just last month, on October 16th, you guys adopted the first Tier 2 item, which was the exceptional tree ordinance.
Okay, so just as a reminder of some of the work that was done recently, 2022, we have the Tier 1 regulations, which these 5 really went to, these were considered low-hanging fruit, if you will. And it included things like changing the definition of tree so that smaller trees were included, revising the retention requirements so that certain species were not given credit, like cottonwood, and doing some code cleanup items, and reducing the amount of time that tree permits are valid for. So reducing from 2 years to 1 so that replacement trees get in the ground faster. So that was 2022. Since then, we've continued to work on Tier 2 regulations, one of which was establish an exceptional tree program, and that was adopted last month. And this evening, we're here to talk about the remaining 5. We're going to go into these in a lot more detail, but just very quickly is to increase the tree density requirement for new developments, decrease the yearly allowances for single family tree removal, always require replacement, preserve trees not required to be removed for construction, and establish a tree fund in instances where replacement isn't feasible, so fee in lieu.
So you might be wondering, if we're having all these tree protections, what about housing? Well, in 2017, the City Council adopted a housing strategy plan. And since then, staff has been implementing some strategies, which include density transfers, manufactured housing community overlay, ADU regulations, expanding density bonuses, and multifamily tax exemption, which has been expanded to the DoD. The city has done other things, including adopting school impact fees with exceptions for low-income housing projects, expediting permit reviews for affordable housing projects, authorizing spending for an affordable housing project on surplus city land, adopting comprehensive plan amendments for missing middle housing near transit corridors, and continuing funding for Arches Housing Trust Fund for other affordable housing projects. So now we can go ahead and get into these Tier 2 items, the first of which is increasing the tree density requirement for new development. So currently in the code, we require 30 tree units per net buildable acre for new development. This would increase that to 40 tree units per net buildable acre. And it would also add a requirement that replacement trees can only be considered for that 40 tree unit requirement after exhausting all options for retaining existing trees.
The next amendment or part of this proposed amendment is to decrease the number of trees that can be removed from single-family lots to 1 per year. So on this slide, you can see the current code versus proposed, whereas the current, the number of trees for removal depends on the lot size. So the proposed code just brings it down to 1 tree per year, regardless of lot size. And just as a reminder, this is not for critical areas or buffers. Those are covered by a different code section. And the third thing is to always require replacement. So right now, there's not a there are requirements only in certain instances. So for example, tree removal in a buffer. The new code requirement would always require replacement. And that the only exceptions are for hazardous trees or when the fee in lieu is used.
All right, next up, the retaining trees not impacted by construction. So where a building site is capable of exceeding the minimum tree density of 40 tree units by retaining existing trees, it would have to do so unless doing so would prevent use of the property. When proposed construction does not necessitate tree removal, the trees would be retained. This would include retaining trees in a setback.
And the last is to establish a tree fund or a fee in lieu option. And this is when replacement is not feasible. So for example, when there's just no place on a site, this establishes a fee that would go into a city fund for tree replacement and maintenance.
And finally, staff recommendation tonight is to adopt the proposed Tier 2 regulations and preserve and expand the tree canopy.
Thank you.
Any questions before we open up the public hearing? Councilmember Baker.
Yes. What is the minimum fee in lieu of, or how is that even determined?
So the fee in lieu is going to be, it's proposed as part of the fee resolution that's coming next week, and it's based on information provided by our Public Works Director, Jennifer Gordon. And I think without looking at it, it's in the packet for next week. I think it's, well, it's, okay, so the actual cost is in the fee resolution, but it's at a cost equivalent to purchasing 1 tree. And so that includes an installation, labor, equipment, and maintenance for 3 years. And I want to say it's $300, but I would have to check the fee res.
Any other questions? Mr. City Manager.
The city clerk could put the slide deck up, please, and go back to the slide on retention. So I think that was the third. Yeah, that's the one right there. So one thing that we'll be looking at as an amendment to what you have in front of you is to have something that's a little more predictable and less nebulous, where we would actually have perimeter retention for a larger site that's going to be redeveloped, rather than what you see in front of you here. So over the next few days, we'll be drafting some language that will be more specific to tree retention in the perimeter of a development.
Any other questions before we open up the public hearing? Could you speak a little bit more on what the plan is for the fee in lieu fund? I was kind of imagining, we have a lot of public right of way that could still use trees. Would this be a possible use for the fee in lieu funds that are collected to replace, like, say, dead or dying street trees, that sort of thing?
Yeah, that's correct. It would be used when someone doesn't have room on their lot to put any more trees, then they would pay into this fund, and the city would use that money to purchase trees to put in the right of way and on other city property.
And the funds would be dedicated for that. We're not going to be.
They would absolutely
slushing
dedicate
those
to that.
around. Okay.
Exactly.
Fantastic.
And I think they have to be spent within, I think it's either 3 years or 5 years, but that's in the state law.
Fantastic. Any other questions? All right, I am going to declare the public hearing open. For the public hearing, you'll be granted 5 minutes to speak. The same public comment rules apply, including stating your name and city of residence, addressing your comments directly to the city council, not splitting your time with others. If your comments have already been fully expressed by preceding speakers, we encourage you to summarize your statements by stating your name, city of residence, and saying, I agree with the previous speaker. We will hear testimony from our on-site guests first, followed by pre-registered virtual guests. Thank you for taking the time to participate in this public hearing. The hearing is now open. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 guests wishing to speak on site, Patrick O'Brien, followed by Carl Michaelman.
Pat O'Brien, Kenmore, Washington. Well, you haven't addressed what do you do with solar power and the state law that says you cannot block a solar array with trees. The tree, even on a neighbor's property, would have to be moved or removed if there's solar panels being impacted. I ask you to look into that. I haven't heard anybody say they've done any due diligence on that topic. So start right there. The other observation is when you showed the map, you had segments of the map in a really strange order. What I would have done is done one for the critical areas, especially along Lake Sammamish, on the Sammamish River, which you don't. You circle a whole big area, include that in a percentage, when really, if you want to augment the temperature of the river, on the south side, you have to have trees. And that should be a separate category for evaluation. And you should look at what type of trees you're proposing for that area. And you might take out some trees that have been standing there that are cottonwood and other types that are undesirable, where red cedars may be. I'm a property owner and I have more than 40 red cedars that I've planted on my property. And when I move, I'm taking them with me. And you can go, oh yeah, you planted those trees. Yeah, those are my trees. I'm a taxpayer and they're small enough that I can remove them and want to remove them to replant. So what do you say to the property owner that has bought expensive trees and has nurtured them and is selling the property and wants to take them with them? My fruit trees, same thing. They're small enough that my plum trees, my apple trees, my grapes, they're all coming out of the ground and going where I go. What do you say to a property owner that wants to take his own trees and vegetation with him or her? There's no thought about this. Oh, but you've got the taxes all worked out. You got the fees worked out. You've got we're going to put this money into low-income housing, which really isn't low-income housing because low-income people don't own those properties. They have rent subsidies and they don't get a benefit of the increased value of that property when they move on to someplace else. You have to have a way for poor people to become vested in the community with low interest loans or some sort of a plan so that you can have some ownership as part of your master, let's make room for everybody philosophy. So what's the difference between the canopy between summer and winter? That wasn't discussed. I mean, you've got trees that bear leaves and trees that don't lose their leaves. Where's that breakdown? It's not there. So time of year is interesting. And the tree assessment is done every 3 years. What about testing of our soil and water quality assessments that go just totally ignored? I mean, oh yeah, we can do a tree assessment, but what's going on at Lake Point and 50 cars parked next to the river? Oh no, that's perfectly legal. It's perfectly legal. No, it's not. And you guys should be looking at that and have staff look at that. And I've addressed this to staff and staff has said, nope, it's all right. They're allowed to do that. Crazy. Crazy. And all this environmental stuff you want to talk about, but you won't address, you didn't ever really address the asphalt plant, coming in as the dog that cheated the system for years, where they put new stuff in, where they lied on their applications, where the city hired Cascade Law Group to cover for the city's involvement in that new license that they got. It's not called a license, I understand that, but that is a big problem. And Lake Point's a problem. And no, you shouldn't buy Lake Point, because that's $40 million he's on the hook for testing and cleanup. And you don't want to put that albatross on our necks either. So there's a lot more to talk about that went unreported. And the fees are just another way of this city taking a rake off the property owner. Thank you.
Mr. Michaelman.
Hello, council. Again, I'm a business owner that owns property, and according to Karina File, I am a non-resident. Okay, so now, essentially,
We need your city of residence for the record.
Briar, Washington. Thank you, Mayor. So essentially, I want to kind of go back to where people were saying we do partnerships. Well, unfortunately, when we had the first part of the tree ordinance, and Samantha was talking about it, is that we really all didn't get to talk, because we all know what kind of quagmire that happened that night. And Nigel went ahead and cut off the speaking. And so it was really challenging. But there's one thing I don't think anybody really thought about. Again, you use the verbiage, you are in partnerships with businesses. And the problem that I'm looking at is with this whole tree ordinance, which I'm fine with the trees, don't get me wrong. But you didn't ask some real hard questions. Samantha stated that, I think she said she was an arborist. You ever look at the insurance liability of the issues when people have trees that are on somebody else's property and the tree's gonna fall on the other person's house unless they cut it down? So what they do is they get an arborist, and an arborist says, yeah, that tree's sick. It's sick. It needs to be dealt with, okay? Then they come back and give you guys the report. And then what happens is, oh, I disagree with this report. No, you cannot have a permit. Now what happens is the tree falls on somebody else's house. And guess what? The city has now brought themselves into a liability suit. Okay? And it's not the point of what's happening with that issue. It's just you're not talking to all people. You're not looking at the exposures with trees. I said a long time ago to our city manager, because all the trees on 61st, if you remember, they kept falling, and we kept building fences, and we kept building fences, right? I said, go get an arborist, and if they're sick and whatever, you write the letter to the homeowner, the tree falls on the fence, they're going to be responsible for it. However, what you're doing with your ordinance, you're kind of putting yourself into this big exposure area, okay? And the thing that I'm trying to share with you is that if you talk to the right, I don't have the magic wand about the trees. Obviously, Samantha and the group know a little bit more about crowning and all that kind of stuff. But what happens to somebody who can't afford to get the tree crowned? Okay, who's going to help them? What exposures are there? That's something that I'm saying you guys have not really sat down to bring business partners in to see what's going on. And this has been a consistent issue, whether it's the tenants' rights, whether it's, what's going on with, unfortunately, with the Zoom meeting, how could we fix this problem? We're trying. I don't have a magic wand on that one. I was pretty disgusted, like all of us were. But I'm just saying is that you guys got to wake up and start asking the people and understand the exposure, because there's going to be an exposure with that tree ordinance. I don't mind you having the trees. Just the point being is, and I didn't even think what Patrick might have brought up. I put these trees in and now I can't take them out. I don't know. But I want you to think, if you guys are going to start saying your partnership with businesses, which you haven't, and the people, which you haven't, come on. No one ever thought about what kind of exposure you're putting this city in with this tree ordinance. And that's the reality of it. At my office, you see that beautiful maple tree I have on the corner for people who know my office. Well, there are some dead trees, limbs with inside the maple, okay? And of course, I'm an insurance nerd, so I don't like to be sued. And I always look at exposures, but it costs me $900 to get the tree crowned and get that all the way out. Well, if someone's there and they can't afford that, what are you gonna do? You're gonna go ahead and they take the tree down or whatever the case, and then you're gonna fine them? And last but not least, from this new ordinance from I'm hearing, there's this tree. You said something about a tree where the funds, because if they can't put enough trees in the funds, okay. Again, who's gonna pay for that? Not you, not the builders, the homeowners. So when they're selling the place and you're talking about affordable housing, it doesn't make sense. Just like North Shore School District, $17,000 impact fee. They aren't chipping in. So anyways,
Thank you, Mr.
food for thought. Thank you.
Mayor Herbig, I have no one else signed up to speak on site, but it looks like there's a hand raised.
There's somebody else wishing to speak? Yeah, Ms. Mooney? Yeah, you just sign up after, you can speak now and then sign, fill out the sign up sheet afterwards.
Hi, thank you. Elizabeth Mooney, Kenmore. So we've been discussing this with some of our neighbors, in particular Jim Howard. And I think he's much more of an expert about the trees. We live on 61st and just the discussion. So that led to some discussions with our family. So here is the suggestion. Verifying the replacement tree survival and whether that should be 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, I don't know, but verifying it. Secondly, making the fee relative to the value of the development. I think that's where you're going to eliminate a lot of problems because, and I know you've thought about this, but if let's just say it's a developer who doesn't live in Kenmore and doesn't care a hoot about our trees. They're just coming here to make money. It's going to happen. It's already happened. We try to save the wetlands and we try to save the salmon that are dependent upon the trees. We try to protect our climate. So if you have $1 million home and they just have to pay a few thousand for a tree fee, you're just undermining the whole point of this. I don't know how you're going to craft that, but make it really, really expensive for somebody who just wants to build a big development, make a bunch of money, and pay a tree fee. Not fair to the trees or us or our city and all the work that you're putting into this endeavor. Keeping the tree fund discrete. I believe I've heard that that's what you're already proposing with staff. That's great. And then how can we educate the community? I mean, I heard some people talking, and including our council member who's not here, about the tree lighting that we got rid of. Between now and the holiday season, you might be able to educate the public about all these issues in a really lovely space at the city. You could bring back lighting of trees. They could be mini trees. They could be the ones that, you know, our staff is participating in the CATS program. They don't have to be hot lights. They could be little mini solar lights that bring out the issue that Patrick O'Brien is talking about. We have solar panels. And it is true that you could have a lot of disagreements with your neighbor who you want to get along with if you don't do something that is going to craft caring for a neighbor and not having some rule that's going to pit them against each other. Our neighbor, Saul Kinderis, had a gorgeous tree, and his neighbor, and Saul sadly has passed away, but his neighbor made him cut down his tree. And it's just, you have a lot on your shoulders, but you are doing a great thing by having this happen now. Thank you for doing that. We're finally keeping up a little bit with our neighbors in Lake Forest Park, I think. And yeah, we've got to have housing. I know, Mayor, we've got to consider that. But making it expensive for a developer who's going to make a big old affordable housing unit. And here's something that they did down in, I grew up in California, and some cities down there have a map, and people who love their trees, or there was a special tree, they put it on a map. And if people are willing to put their exceptional tree, heck, they could name their tree. They could make it a really fun project based upon the one that you just had a whole discussion about. It could include mapping the trees at St. Edward Park. What a great effort. And then people can adopt a tree. Anyway, maybe though, bring some tree lighting festival here. Make it, it's not anything but good. The people who are religious will be happy. The people who are not religious will be happy. Light up some little trees, and then they can all take them home and feel the spirit of bringing back light to our city. Thank you.
Mayor Herbig, would you like us to move on to virtual comment?
Yes, Ms. Mooney, we do need you to sign in. Thank you. No, it's no problem.
We had one person signed, registered to speak, Janet Hayes. Janet Hayes, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, but you won't get to hear from me. I very much appreciated hearing from Patrick and Michaelman for a change. Sorry, Mike. Okay, well, I'm out of here. So I appreciate, I listened to all of it. The only thing I was concerned about was the AI that Angela talked to the gal before this, before the more talk about the trees. I don't know that we shouldn't have a plane that flies over instead of depending on AI to tell us what's a tree and what isn't from the air. It just doesn't sound like it is truthful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Mayor Herbig, that concludes our list.
Is there anybody else wishing to be heard? Anyone else wishing to be heard? Is there anyone else wishing to be heard? Seeing none, this public hearing is closed. We'll now move on to the business agenda. First item, 61st Avenue Northeast Sidewalk Replacement Project, Sidewalk Replacement Options, presented by Engineering Director John Vicente and Senior Civil Engineer Kent Vaughn.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Tonight, we're going to be talking about the 61st Avenue Sidewalk Replacement Project and continued efforts to help decide what our steps should be to repair those sidewalks and preserve trees as much as we possibly can. I've got Kent Vaughn, who's our project manager for this project, and we have Nathan Anderson, who's our design engineer with KPFF. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Kent, who's going to go through what we have found out over the last year or so.
Excited for this presentation here. So the 61st Sidewalk Replacement Project. So we're going to be talking about phase one, which is from 190th Street to the north city limits. So the sidewalk project includes sidewalk and tree replacement, currently includes sidewalk and tree replacement on the east side of the road. ADA ramps where required, bike lanes that'll take place of the on-street parking that are currently out there, curb extensions at 193rd and at 60th Avenue Northeast. And for those that don't know what the curb extension is, it's essentially just narrowing the intersection by providing
smaller radiuses and reducing the crossing for peds. We're providing RRFB crossings, safe crossings of 61st at 193rd and 60th. We're providing speed feedback signs and an asphalt overlay. The project, we're showing a 2026 delivery date, but design will happen in 2024. Construction will likely happen in 2025, but may carry into 2026. Past discussions with council. So we received the grant from WashDOT Ped Bike in 2021. Council accepted that grant in November of 2021. And staff returned to council to look at some other options to maybe preserve those street trees. So in addition to the remove and replace, which is what the grant was based on, we also came up with an alternative to preserve the trees by bridging over the roots. And another alternative would be to the sidewalk to be relocated to the back of curb, closer to the roadway, and that could preserve the trees. So after that meeting, council asked us to go back and reassess these alternatives and options and maybe come up with some new ones and get some public input on whether or not to preserve the trees. So the trees out there, so there's roughly 65 red maples along the sidewalks of 61st, the project limits. We had them evaluated by an arborist. The majority of them are fair condition. Good and excellent, there's roughly 20 trees that are good to excellent. And the fair trees show a little bit of declining state. The good trees are healthy and show no sign of change. So this is the alternative that the grant is based on. So it's removing the existing trees on the east side of the road and replacing it with a new tree. The planter strip would be 5 feet wide, so we would be able to provide a nice tree there, provide some root barrier along the new sidewalk, and we'd have an ADA compliant sidewalk along the length of the project. We've updated our estimates. It says 2021, and on the right-hand side, you'll see that this alternative does require a little bit more budget, and it's a very preliminary estimate, but roughly $381,000. The benefits to this alternative is that we know that we can keep an ADA sidewalk along the corridor and protect the roots from affecting the sidewalk in the future with root barrier. Alternative 2 shows that the alternative of bridging over the roots. So this is quite an expensive option. The street trees along 61st, they're roughly spaced around 30 feet apart. So a lot of that section would basically be elevated bridge sidewalk, and then we'd ramp down at driveways. Existing trees would have, however, be able to remain in place. This is a photo of a bridge tree bridge that we installed as part of the 73rd project. As you can see, it's quite elevated above the roots and the ramps down. I think for 61st, if we were to go that route, a lot of it would be continuously elevated, a lot more than what's shown here. But these can be challenging in putting the foundations depending on where the roots are, and they were quite challenging during construction to put in. Alternative 3 is kind of a hybrid example of where we could bridge where we needed to, and we could also bring the sidewalk into where the parking area is, the parking stalls along 61st. The disadvantage to this is that we lose the amenity zone between the curb and the sidewalk, where we bring the sidewalk closer to the roadway and the traveled lanes, but we are able to keep the trees. It does include additional cost to do new curb and gutter and to adjust the drainage accordingly. That is roughly 1.6 million additional cost to do alternative 3. Alternative 4, we looked at could we relocate the sidewalk outside of the right of way in places that would preserve the trees. There's additional cost to doing so, but and along the corridor, as you guys have been able to see during our site visits, you know, there's street trees and then there's trees that a lot of times will be on the back of sidewalks. There's not a lot of room in some areas to move, but we could potentially explore this option. The one caveat to doing the right of way is that we'd want to have willing sellers. So, and just to explore that process would take some time to negotiate with property owners and acquire that property. Alternative 5 is an alternative where we thought maybe we could just fill over the existing routes and build the sidewalk in place. The downside to this is that we really don't know if, you know, 5 to 10 years from now, if we're going to still have the same issue with the routes upheaving the sidewalk. But it is a cost-effective way to address it, and we would be able to save the street trees. So we went out to the public to get feedback on our alternatives. We had an online open house in August of 2023. We had a pretty good response from the surveys that we had, and we advertised them in social media, the newsletter, and I think we got a good response for this online open house. We got mixed results. So although the majority of the respondents chose alternative 1 as had the most votes, alternatives 2 through 5 that included a save the tree component actually had the majority of the survey respondents. And as you can see, the residents along the corridor, they voted 48% to preserve the trees, 52% to remove and replace the trees, and citywide, it was a little bit more of a difference between the two, but overall, it's a coin flip. Residents did prefer to have vegetated buffers between the sidewalk and the street. That was generally preferred, and they did respond to the right-of-way question that, you know, they weren't super excited to have their property purchased along their frontage. Over 50% said that they wouldn't support that. That kind of weighs into whether or not we'd have willing sellers along the corridor. Our recommendation is to go with a combination of the alternatives 1, 2, and 3 to save as many trees as possible. And the replacement trees that would be species appropriate for the location and provide root barrier to protect the sidewalk. We're not opposed to adding 4 and 5 to this if that's what council would like to do. That would give us the most flexibility. But again, the right of way phase has its it would extend the project slightly, but roughly, you know, if we did anything other than the original alternative, we're going to need to appropriate additional funds later to build the project. We did apply for a TIB grant, help supplement the cost for any of these alternatives if council want to go pursue those options, and also speed up the process to do the west side of the road, which is currently in the phase 2 of the 61st project. That would, we'll find out in 10 days whether or not we get that grant. I think it was roughly 3.9 million that we applied for. These are examples of street replacement trees. This is a bohol maple. These are similar to the trees that are planted along 522. These are full-grown trees. They're very happy. The ones on 522 haven't got that large, but there's options to, you know, if that council wanted to replace the trees with other maples or other different species. I guess we'll just open it up to,
Councilor Marshall.
Thank you. So it looks like the staff has an idea for another proposal that's not specified out here that you would, if you were to come back to us, you'd be able to have maybe a design concept for it, something that it might look like, and also a cost estimate. Is that right? There's this other hybrid approach that you're suggesting.
well, I think what we'd like to do is get to 30%, get an estimate, and be able to walk you through, you know, where we use these alternatives and how we laid out the sidewalk. Right now, we're at a very limited design, and we're presenting these alternatives as options, but until we lay it all out and know what works and what doesn't, I think that's, I mean, our goal is to preserve as many of the street trees as we can. That the toolbox, you know, to use, do that.
But did you want to come back with another hybrid? That's my question. We're asking, one of your asks was to come back with another hybrid. That's what I thought you were saying.
No, I don't think there was another option. We did talk in the field about, you know, there's some locations along the 61st where there's only a couple of driveways, and there's a long stretch where there's no driveways. You know, could we eliminate that sidewalk and do some improvements on the west side and provide additional RFB crossings, save all those row of trees along there? I mean, that's another potential way to go.
But that option is contingent on us getting this other grant funds, because without those grant funds, we can't fix the sidewalk on the west side, which means we can't push people over to that sidewalk. So depending on what funds we get will depend upon if we can expand our options. Right now, we're looking at trying to we're recommending we utilize the first three options, 1, 2, and 3, to try and preserve as many trees, build the sidewalk, do what we need to do. If council would like us to look at the possibility of acquiring property or filling in over the roots and sidewalk, we can also add that to the list. But at this time, we're recommending that we look at the first 3 and not do the last 2, 4, and 5. Yeah.
Councilmember Kugler.
I have like 5 different questions. So, can you expand on what filling over roots entails?
Basically, you know, the roots are raised and they're you know, they're right at the surface. So we would fill over the roots and offset the sidewalk enough so that we wouldn't fill against the trunk of the tree. And we still don't really know exactly what that looks like. There might probably be some kind of a vertical curb or something like that to protect the tree when we fill around there.
But the sidewalk cement then is literally like part of the root system, kind of. You're like building the sidewalk through it?
No, it would be elevated. It would be
Oh, it's
elevated. So we
elevated.
bring in the fill and then it would be elevated, but adjacent to the tree, we can't just backfill against the tree. So we'd have to have some kind of a barrier there to backfill against.
But as the tree roots grow, that would be lifted, right?
There's the potential that, you know, that those roots could continue to grow and continue to push on the sidewalk, and eventually, you know, it could result in same thing.
Okay. So with 30% design, would that allow you to propose the best alternative at each point along the entire corridor, as well as give a more precise cost estimate?
Yes. So if the alternatives 1, 2, and 3, we would use those as a toolbox to develop a 30% design. And in that phase, that 30%, we could go in and look very closely at each small segment of the corridor, make a decision on which type of alternative we would want to try and preserve those trees, and what makes the most sense within the block, and then propose that as our 30% with cost estimate and all of the risks that go along with it.
Okay, and then did we already decide which trees would qualify for preservation? Is it good and excellent only?
We're looking at all of them, you know, I mean, there's not many that are, I think there's only 6 trees that are poor, you know, I mean, fair tree. I mean, to me, they can't tell the difference, you know, between something that's fair or good. I mean, they all look like they're similar, you know, so I think we would go in with the concept of trying to save as many trees as we could.
Yeah, we haven't looked at each individual tree as to whether or not it was fair, poor, good, and whether or not we could save it. We have just been looking at the trees as a whole and wondering, okay, can this one be preserved? Can this one, what's it going to take? What are we looking at? And once we get to 30%, we'll have more of a better idea as to the specific tree and whether or not we can save it. And if so, you know, how are we looking to preserve it? So that would come at the 30%.
When you look at the trees, you know, they're all this kind of intermingled, right? So there's, you know, bare trees, and then there's a really great tree, and then, you know, but they're all 30 feet apart, and we probably end up just preserving the whole row.
Our big dilemma right now is right now we can go out there and say, you know, this tree and this tree and this tree, I think we can save those, but until we dig deep, we don't know for sure if by saving one tree, we have impacted our ability to save the adjacent tree. So being able to say we can save all of the trees or all trees in a sequence is really going to be contingent on what we find once we do further analysis. Because right now we're just kind of eyeballing it and taking a look to see what we have out there. But until we really drill down into it, we don't know for sure what we think we can save. And in all reality, we won't really know until we actually start constructing to have a final opinion as to what trees can be saved and can't be saved. We're making the most educated guess we can given the information we have and the knowledge that we have.
Okay, then I know you're seeking feedback tonight, so I'll say that I would like to consider alternative 4. Obviously, it increases costs significantly, time, and also, and you've already shared that many of the residents there are not interested in that. But I feel like in developing the whole 30% design and plan, like from my perspective, like ADA compliance is definitely priority. Preserving as many good and excellent trees as possible, developing a long-term solution, as well as costs. Like those are my priorities.
And I do want to emphasize that, you know, with these options that we have, option 1 pretty much assures that we're going to have good ADA accessibility. With the other options, we run into limited issues with ADA accessibility. If you do the bridging, then you have greater slopes that people have to maneuver up and over. If you meander the sidewalk either to the curb or to the property side, then you're creating a nonlinear path, which is difficult for people who are blind that have to try and figure out how to navigate that system. It makes it more hazardous for them. And then if you deal with the filling in, then you wind up having the same issue with slope, you know, for people with wheelchairs or people pushing what have you down the street. So it's, even though you do have a better ADA accessibility, you still don't have, there still are issues, there's still barriers that exist that we can try and mitigate for as much as possible. So just as a FYI.
With the right of way, there's some preliminary work that we'd have to do to you know, approach the property owners so they know what we're looking to acquire. If we think that it's, you know, it's not going to go anywhere, then essentially we just backtrack and redesign, presuming that we wouldn't be wanting to go down the road of condemnation to do it.
And that would be a decision for council, would be, do you want us to aggressively seek property or get agreement from the property owners without doing eminent domain condemnation proceedings? So.
I mean, I wouldn't aggressively condemn their property and take that to save a tree, but I guess like when it comes to accessibility, like because I'm interested in that long-term solution, like I think we need to make it as accessible as possible. I wouldn't want to build the bridge if it meant that the incline was too steep or if it was going to be dangerous, especially in icy or snowy conditions.
I think it's gonna look a little bit different than 73rd, that, you know, if we went the bridging, it would be a long bridge that would preserve a whole bunch of trees, and that, you know, once we got to a driveway, we'd get down to existing, you know. But I don't think it's gonna be an up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. It's gonna be continuous, but it's, you know,
And that's why the cost is much higher, because we are looking at having to have a continuous bridge the full length, that we can't just bridge over each individual tree because there's not enough space. And so we have to have a full length bridge to clear the trees themselves. So that's why it's so much more.
Deputy Mayor?
I think I have three questions and comments combined. So I was glad someone brought up the shifting over to the west side sidewalk option. So do I understand correctly? There's a little bit of urgency on that related to getting grant funding to do that design? Because I think that's one of the most important elements of what we're proposing, is that option of shifting to the west side and having less impact on the east side, where some of those most hazardous trees and toughest places to walk are, which I know a couple of you were with us when we went on our tour, which really helped for me to understand the depth of importance of this work. But I also think that this is one of the hardest decisions that we have to make as a council. So there's a part of me that's like, and I'm sharing this with council and asking staff. Yes, there's urgency to get that funding on the one side, but we need our best decision here, because these trees are special. I know I'm so thankful that you want to save as many as you do. I say all hands on deck. The only option that I'm least interested in is the option for, because of the property that it goes up against and the number of trees that would have to come down for that. Because I recall when we walked along there, I think there were cedar trees or something along those lines there. But yeah,
I think in that instance, you know, we if it was like a significant tree, we wouldn't pursue that option. You know, we'd pick a clear path if it was just like a lawn area that made sense to do that, if we, you know.
Thank you. And I really liked the continuation of the concept that we were discussing that night, which was the longer bridge if we do the bridge. Because looking at that short bridge, I'm like, I don't want to do that. But I could see a sensible longer space that makes more sense for that. I was a little surprised too in tonight's presentation to be more interested in let me find the language of it, spillover option. It was something I was really not for before, but today, hearing the number of trees and some of the benefits to it, I was more interested in the spillover option, just as far as cost, number of trees saved, and also some of the potential that I think if you do that, there may be a way to make that accessible. I recognize it has some of the impacts of the bridging, but there's something there that started having more appeal. So my sense for direction is I am interested in adding options 4 and 5, like the whole mix of concepts that you put together here, because we want the best for our community and our trees. I'm really impressed that you have chosen, I know we've given direction to save as many trees as possible, but I hear you bringing forward options that are allowing us to save as many trees as possible on this really important corridor for our community. And, you know, and I liked hearing that you thought about fair being closer to good than poor, because that's how I interpret those trees myself. Yeah, I'm impressed with what you brought forward. like Councilmember Marshall, I can't wait to see something more before we really move forward. And that's the hardest part. I'm a very visual person, and seeing these things in place will help us move forward. And that's why I'm kind of a little hesitant and do want to go with more options for you as you're doing your design, rather than just limit you to the first three. But maybe those extra options make it harder. But I saw a benefit to the full list, and whatever, have trust in the quality of design decisions this team has brought forward over the years since I've been here, to know that you'll do your best to bring the best things forward for our community and our votes. So thank you.
We're really crossing our fingers for this grant, because that would be able to accelerate that portion of phase 2 with phase 1 in the same project limits, which makes complete sense. And it would just make it a lot easier to address it all at once.
It would be wonderful. I'd really like that to happen. So I'm want to support our city being able to move as quickly as possible to get there. So thank you.
Councilor File.
Thank you. You know, this is such an exciting adventure, the 61st Street whole redesign, if you really think about it as an adventure, because we have been very open in our mindset. And in many ways, from the cityscape, we could look at 61st as a pilot program for the future of Kenmore. As we have other areas that have other distress points that we can learn from what happens with 61st and the strategies applied and what works well, better, best, and replicate those in the future elsewhere in Kenmore. One of the things I want to ask about is the type of bridging material. I was surprised to see these big cement walk bridges. And when visiting other municipalities and other states, I've seen mixed use product, whether it's wood or recycled materials, as well as walking grates, also with guardrails, going along the sides. I think we can get there with walking bridges to have them be more attractive in nature with mixed use materials, and maybe not so much heavy cement. It looks a little funky. I'll just say it that way. We almost need a little something to block the appearance of the cement. It was some nice little shrubs. I don't know. But that is not just my opinion, but also some feedback from planning commissioners and community. So I think it's something to reflect on and see if we can adapt a little bit there. And looking at the designs brought to us for feedback today, I can support really looking at a mixed approach, and applying that. I would see steps, the options of 1 through 3 and 5, vacating 4. I believe we can have some adaptive design and have an attractive landscape for our community. Obviously, this fits the need of our community in their walk and rideability and the desirability, and also will retain the attractive feature of that corridor. In looking at the types of trees, it has been the process in the past to plant maples over and over again. But in doing so, there's the risk of changing landscape environmental impact to a community. It's really a best strategy with public health and environment, and even in epidemiology approaches, to use a mixed tree use design and implementation. And we can see a good example of that between Kirkland and especially really well done in Woodinville. For example, you might see maples along one street, and you might see broadleaf, starts with an M. Magnolias on yet another drive, for example. Mixing the use of types of tree is really important to the impact to the environment, especially with sensitive environments like we have. And it can provide a cleaner approach for our city cleanup and less impact there too when we're planning well. So I recommend a mix of tree types to also add in that beautification of our community. Now, where I have the pause is on the diversity, equity, impact. When we're talking about moving sidewalk from one side of 61st to the other side, what we're really talking about is along the side of multiple housing units versus the side that has single standalone housing. We have kids, we have young families who access the community. When we take away a sidewalk in front of a multifamily housing development, and a series of them, we put kids out mostly in the street to catch their bus. Not so great in the Pacific Northwest in the wee early hours or later. And I don't know that that's replicating the standards or the goals in our DEI approaches for our municipality. And so I would hope that we retain some walkability there, whether it's a natural path and raised, as long as it was ADA accessible. I would hate to lose walkability and safe routes near multi-family housing units. I don't think that's a good way to go for our community. And it's definitely sending a mixed message of where we stand on our goals and who has value and who does not. But with that, I do hope if we're looking at future tree bridges, we can look at some other material types and sources, both for attractability, also for bringing that price tag down. Mixed use materials can actually be very attractive. The great materials that are used on the Cantilever Bridge are a good example of what I've seen elsewhere in other municipalities. If you're going that route, it also allows for great drainage and accessibility, easy to navigate if you're in a wheelchair, a walker, or have mobility challenges. But I do think a mixed use material would be a better attractive overall look and design. And I thank you for bringing this before us tonight. I'm excited about the possibility of feasibility studies in design application, even though I'm not supportive of removing a walkability on one side of the road. Thank you.
That's that one side where we were looking to see if that were feasible or not. I think that was 190th to 193rd on the east side. It's a multifamily development that has a frontage road. So all the PEDs would basically access the driveways at 193rd or 190th. So that was the thinking behind that, is that if that sidewalk were to be eliminated, those street trees would be saved, and all the PEDs would access into 193rd or 190th and to be able to cross to ADA compliant sidewalk on the west side, if that were to work out. We've tried to research a little bit about, what other types of boardwalks. Just to give you a comparison, the cost per linear foot of the boardwalks along 73rd are roughly $800 a linear foot. The boardwalks that we installed along 68th, the metal boardwalks with the pin piles, that's roughly double the cost. So, and we'll still continue to look for other options, but I don't know of any available. Yeah, we'd have to look into that during the design process, but.
And the biggest challenge, of course, is changing human behavior, right? So we don't, without truly studying how the community there utilizes that area for bus pickups and walkability, it will take some adaptive approaches to change the the practiced human behavior. How one accesses the community with their family or without, and getting to and from work. That's where the challenge lies. And I don't want to do anything that would otherwise increase risk to youth and teens or to our elderly or people with mobility challenges. Anywhere we can improve walkability is something we should do. Even if we're raising the ground level to create that safer landscape, and looking at the future of having to reconstruct that, we might want to really look at those materials so I can appreciate the need for a feasibility study for this purposes. And I'm really appreciate you and try not to be difficult here, but it is really difficult to change the human behavioral practices in a community, especially around multi-housing family developments and their use of their community.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Vincent, for the tour. I really appreciate it and opened my eyes to a lot of the problems that you're running up against. So I thank you for that opportunity and your expert guidance along the way.
Yeah, and I want to thank Zach for all the hard work that went into this. One question I had was, in alternative 4, you're talking about acquiring additional right-of-way. Is in the cost estimate there, does that at all include a rough estimate of what the proper acquisition would be?
Yes, we did a preliminary assessment of how much square footage would be needed and assigned a planning level cost to that.
Okay. And after, taking the, well, I'll start off by saying I've always really appreciated the trees on 61st. They are an asset to our community. They're beautiful in the fall. They're something people talk about. They are special. I don't want to question that. But after touring the site and then seeing the assessment here on the trees and seeing that less than a third of our trees are good or excellent, and my views have evolved a little bit on this. The situation that we're dealing right now is fixing what I see as poor planning and a lack of investment by King County probably 50 years ago. They planted trees haphazard. They didn't give them enough room. They didn't plant the right trees. And now we're having to fix, a problem from a generation or two ago. And, I could see if more of the trees were really healthy and weren't in decline, I could see making investments that are proposed here to save them and save as many as possible. But again, with only a third of them in good or excellent shape, I really think that we need to build this project right and for the long-term investment that we're making for our community. I can't support kind of a hodgepodge approach of dipping out towards the street and then bridges over here and then building up a sidewalk here and then going into private property over there. I really think that will look, slapdash. And I don't think it's something our community will be proud of in the long term. In the short term, they might be happy that we're saving some trees. In the long term, the trees are going to die in the grand scheme of things. None of these trees are going to live forever. Concrete lasts quite a while if you don't plant the wrong trees right next to it. And I think, we're talking about things that are going to last generations, and a majority of these trees simply won't. I think that we need to, and I think we owe it to future generations to build this project right now, and address the really long-term issues and not do what King County did by building the wrong street, by building the wrong sidewalks, and by planting the right trees. I really think that, again, if more of these trees were healthy, I could really see us going out of our way to do this. I don't think enough of these trees are healthy enough for us to be making the investments that are being asked for right here. I think we need to build this right of way the right way, maybe invest in larger trees, larger replacement trees where we can, instead of, the smaller street trees that we have. I think it's worth investing in, and I know they're not cheap, but I think that's probably a better investment than bridging a part here and dipping out into the street there. Because if we do this right, well, if we do this wrong, then councils in 50 years will be fixing our mistake, and we'll be having to redo some of this work, especially if we do any of the filling on top, which I just don't see as viable, because these trees have shown that they can crack a sidewalk, and they'll continue to crack sidewalks. Roots win at the end of it without the right infrastructure underground, which these don't have, and we're not going to be able to build those without cutting a bunch of roots, which will kill the trees. So I wish the trees were healthier. I just can't support us spending an additional, millions of dollars to make a street that I think will be less attractive for people to use, will be more difficult for people to use, and may lead us to future councils dealing with the exact same issue that we're tackling right here. I really think we should do this right. I think we should do this once, and I think we should do it in the most affordable way we can right now. And this is not where I thought I'd be landing when we did the tour and when I've been looking at this for the last few months, but I really think that we need to be really thinking the long term, and by long term I mean 50 or 70 years. I don't think the next 30 years of some of these trees may only last, or 20 years. And I think actually part of my decision, part of how I've reached where I am too, is by looking at the bridges over in 73rd. Like, it's an interesting idea, and I think it's an interesting take, and I think it was worth doing the experiment over there, and I've walked on them, but I think they feel kind of chintzy. They don't feel like serious infrastructure. I'm not saying that as a knock on any of the, we were the ones that told you to do it, so I'll own that. But they just don't, I don't know, they just catch me as kind of not serious. They don't catch me as something a city should be building after having seen them in place. And I really can't agree with having people needing to cross the street to save trees. I mean, at the end of the day, one of the biggest issues that we deal with as a suburb, one of the biggest issues that we've been trying to fix since incorporating is, taking a city that was largely not walkable because King County wasn't making investments, and make the needing investments so that folks can get around without being forced to jump in their car. We need to continue that work, but making people cross the street, I mean, even small things like that, small messages like that to pedestrians will make people make different decisions. Even small ones, just crossing the street twice, people will make different decisions and jump in their car. And we need to make it as easy as possible for folks to get around without jumping in their car. And also, I think, the negative effects on seniors especially, but also kids with having to deal with that street. The street, even after the road diet, is still not something that I want to cross a whole bunch. It's still a busy street with a lot of traffic and a lot of people speeding. So that's where I am. And I realize I might be a little out of step with the rest of the council right now on this. And this is a new position for me. But that is where I am right now. I think we just need to do this and do it right so that future generations don't have to deal with the same issues we're dealing with. So that's where I am. Councilmember Marshall.
Thanks, and I apologize if I gave the impression of where I was at. It genuinely did not mean to signal where I felt about it. I was just wondering about what the staff wanted, and it seemed to be that the staff was asking to look at a hybrid or the first three options, to take a look at that. And then my question was, is that, if I missed it, is that going to cost anything? Is that going to cost us anything for you to look at that three options other than staff time to come back? And then I wanted to, if I could give my position of where I'm at on this right after the answer. That's cool. Thank you. Of course. Okay. Would it cost anything? If we commit now, could we get out of it later and say, no, go back to?
Yeah, I mean, it will cost the effort of our consultant to lay it out and do an estimate.
Consultant, yes. Okay, so money too, of course.
Yeah. If council decided after 30% that it looked wonky or did not want to, have the sidewalk meandering around and wanted to go back to an alternative one, I mean,
spend money.
Yeah, it's a redesign, but we're at 30%, so we're not into the detailed.
Okay. Thank you. No, that totally helps. And so, yeah, my position is, I mean, I moved in here Kenmore 2007, right up the street there, went riding my bike down and on the sidewalk because the streets weren't too safe and bit it immediately on the tree root. Luckily, I didn't break my neck or something worse. Heading down to, Councilmember O'Kane's house on one occasion. I was very jauntily racing down a couple years even after that. And I think I might have only been 50 years old at that time or something, and bit it again on the 45-degree angle deals. And lucky I didn't, probably lucky I didn't bust my hip. And that's in addition to looking at the poor folks coming out of the apartments. The guys, there's one guy who was going up and down on like a semi wheelchair. It wasn't a wheelchair, but he can't go on the sidewalk because he got to go on the street. And I thank you guys for actually, of course, looking at all the options bring to us. And yeah, we own it. As the mayor said, we own the bridge. We own all that. Hey, we're at least trying to experiment. That's not on you guys. But I agree much of what, the mayor says for all that. And that it should be the cheapest alternative that favors ADA and walkability and accessibility. And I do honor the significance of the trees. But they're not part of to me, I think, an ecologically as significant as other parts of our city. They are our street trees. They do have ornamental value and the rest of it, but I see that, yeah, we inherited something that was wrong from King County, and we have to measure it in terms of basic community safety and walkability. So that's my idea to the council. I think we should then go, instead of spending more money, with the first option, the number one option, remove and replace. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor.
I'm currently reading a wonderful book. It's called The Secret Life of Trees. It actually talks about what trees are and how they communicate, what they do for our soil, what they do for the air we breathe, how they sequester carbon, the critical impact of trees. And as I mentioned earlier, as I said, I had just read this. And what's been validated from our tree study that we got an overview of today. Older trees grow canopy wider and faster and provide more good to our community. I'm going to say one of the biggest things that I've learned from this book, who are we to say how long trees can live? A tree in fair condition, which is the middle level condition. There's dead, poor, fair, can't remember, good, health, and excellent, right? 5 levels. Middle level is fair. It's not a dying tree. I've been listening to people at the University of Washington tell me those cherry blossoms were going to die for 40 years. They're still blooming beautifully. I don't think that a solution that maintains as many trees as possible is a temporary solution. I think we can find the best path to saving the most trees possible. I genuinely believe that this is what our community wants. I understand the common sense, let's just make it right, but maybe there is something right there already. And human beings, this is something I learned from Charles Marone and some Strong Towns presentations, streets that curve and meander and have unique shape actually feel good. And there is some benefit to that. At the number one place, I have a feeling many of those trees, if we choose this tree saving option, will be here living strong in 50 years. And I think we can create safe options for our community, especially understanding. I was shocked when someone presented the across the street option, then I understood it. I actually live on that west side. From my house, my family's been impacted. Now, I am further south from this project, but I live on the west side of 61st going south. My kids have not had access to a sidewalk to go down to Log Boom Park. since we moved here. It's been terrible. It's kind of really upsetting for me because I thought for sure we'd be able to do that. But something that was a missed opportunity because of safety reasons. So I do hear the safety concerns, but actually the cutout and workaround around that neighborhood did make sense to me. But I'm going to get back to the trees. We are about to pass one of the best tree ordinances in this state. Something that I think each and every one of us is very proud to be working on. And we're talking about an exceptional corridor of trees. I think we have a responsibility to our trees, to the air that we breathe, to do the right thing and say, at least give them a shot. So I will not support option 1 alone. I support us doing our best to save as many trees as possible and evaluating at 30% where we can go from there. Trees are living things that serve our planet. We must respect them. Thank you.
Councilor File, was your hand up earlier?
It was, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so pulling in after hearing my colleagues and their positions and thoughts and perspectives, as well as listening to our community, I can pull into option 1 and 2, bringing us closer in. And I do like the idea of bridging over tree roots. The how we're doing it could be dramatically improved, and it could look much more attractive for our community. And when I look at pedestrian platform bridges and pedestrian bridges, they should or could look a little bit park-like. They can be elevated and graded, but that mixture of materials can really enhance the beauty of the community we're moving through. It certainly would look a bit better and be a healthier price tag than these heavy chunks of cement that are out there. I certainly want to see guardrails, something, handrails that can protect that pedestrian who's utilizing the throughway. So if we can be mindful of the dollars we're spending and the attractability of our community, I'd like to see some improvement there. So I'm going to say, let's bring back into 1 and 2. That's still a little bit of mixture of what we're hearing from our council. It would help us retain some trees, replace some where it's necessary, keep the pedestrian safety and the greenery our community loves, expects, and demands to have more of. So I'm comfortable with that. I'm still comfortable with you having a design feasibility study, because I think that usage point could do nothing more than continue to help us move along our way to additional funding and the needs of our community, let alone completion. So with that, I'm going to leave us there, and I'm going to thank you. I don't want to drag us on much too late tonight. So is that helpful at all? Okay.
Anybody else before Councilor Marshall speaks for a third time? Councilor Baker, did you express your position on this at all, or?
Yeah, I'm for number 1.
Okay. Councilor Marshall?
Just wanted to note the support in the numbers from the surveys for the remove and replace among both the overall respondents, I think, and also the people who live along 61st.
Deputy Mayor?
I thought I heard that the numbers that supported the mixture was actually higher than remove and replace. I think remove and replace was below 50%. Is that correct?
The remove and replace was higher, a little bit higher than the preserve the trees when the question was asked. how important is it to save the trees along the corridor? But conversely, on the other side, when we asked, the public, what alternative did you prefer best? There was a lot of votes for alternative 1, but the combination of all the votes that alternative 2 through 5 received that had a component of saving the trees was greater.
That's what I wanted to highlight. The component for saving some trees was actually higher. And I think that's really important for us to hold on to. Thank you.
I'd be more, speaking for myself again, I think if we're going to go out of our way to save trees, I'd be more interested in saving the ones that aren't good, that aren't fair or below. Your own report has those listed as, hang on, sorry, wrong. Just bring up the presentation. I was just going through it.
There was 10 good to excellent trees, and I think
There's
38
20.
fair.
There's 20 good to excellent trees,
Or 20,
and I think those
sorry.
are, those might be worth evaluating as some sort of combination. But it says right here, poor fair trees are damaged, have reduced vigor, and declining state. I don't know if it's worth making the investment. Councilor Marshall, did you have something?
Yeah, it was just that, and I appreciate Deputy Mayor's points, but wasn't it that remove and replace received 51% of approval? The other ones in combination, of course, exceeded it, but it was the one option that received the most support, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then also for people along 61st, what was its status there?
I think it was 48% to save the trees and 52% to remove and replace.
Okay.
And as citywide was a little bit more of a favor of removing and replacing.
Okay, thank you.
And to give some general context, one of the questions was how important is it to preserve the existing trees? 51% did say it was important to preserve the trees, but when asked which sidewalk replacement alternate do you prefer, 55% said alternative 1. So that's the difference in the polling with those two complicated issues: save the trees or replace them.
Your Honor, if I can tag on to John's comment.
Sure.
One expectation to manage, I think it was made, but I want to make sure it is, and that is there are going to be some cases where, regardless of the tree's health, the tree is going to have to be removed. And John's nodding his head. And John, can you explain why?
The primary reason for why some trees cannot be saved is mainly due to 2 reasons. One, the extent of the root structure that has uplifted and grown above the height of the sidewalk, but also the proximity to existing access points to private property, driveways, walkways. To make accessibility for that sidewalk, we need to have sufficient space to ramp up and over. And some of these trees are 5 feet from a driveway, and there's no way we can ramp up and over. So the tree would have to go regardless of what we look at. Some of these trees in those locations, there's an adjacent tree on private property that's a significant tree, and to go around that, we'd have to remove that tree. So, it's picking your poison. Do you want to save the tree on the street or save the tree on the private property in a lot of instances? So that's the primary reason why some of these trees just are not savable, because of their proximity to the driveways and the extent of the root growth. And you see a lot of that on the west side of the street.
Councilor File?
So I think we can absolutely understand that and give room and liberty for that. I think part of the problem is the sticker shock, right? And we have to be careful with those city dollars. We're also very proud that our city was able to receive the grants they did for the innovation of the plan. So I have to wonder, and I just don't understand how we came to the pedestrian bridges that we did, the material, just I'm going to just be honest, it's the janky looking cement materials. It's not a it's not a judgment. I'm just saying they look kind of janky, you know? So if you don't mind.
So one of the issues we have with these type of bridge structures, there are not a lot of them out there. And when I originally proposed alternatives back in 2022, I showed a concrete bridging over trees roots with a railing. And so when council said bridging, so we looked at the concrete options. We saw that the city of Shoreline was installing the same thing that we installed on 73rd in front of a variety of trees along one of their street corridors. And based off of what we saw, we figured, okay, this would work well with our street. It provided, at the time that we were looking at the design, we didn't think we would need hand railings. So we chose that option because you could build in the kick curbs to prevent people from turning an ankle, or for people with canes so they can tap along the side. But once we progressed further into the construction, we realized, ooh, we got to go higher. And so now we have to do railing. But the original proposal was a concrete bridge. And then prior to construction, we created a document that to the public that said, this is what we're going to build. And we showed those bridges in Shoreline, which match what we built out there today. The thing that makes it look unfamiliar is the height. And that is not something that we anticipated we would need. But again, it's I've said before with the analogy, it's the kitchen remodel. You really don't know what you get until you tear the walls out. And then you're just like, now what do I do? And we kind of had to punt. I mean, as it was, we had to remove one tree that we thought we could save. But after looking at the root structure, looking how it would impact adjacent driveways and walkways for an apartment complex, we could not make the sidewalk accessible and provide access for the private property to the sidewalk. And so we had no choice but to remove the tree. So that's those are just the dilemmas we run into from what we think we can do in design to what happens in construction.
I respect that. So I'm hoping right now we're at a standstill. We have about half of us who seem to want to go towards option one, and about half of us who want some mixed options. And in trying to bring us back together, is there any way we can, maybe switch some material there so it looks more attractive and it can be more financially sound?
But we can always switch out materials. The issue we run into is cost. As Kent mentioned, the metal boardwalks that we use on 68th are twice the cost of the concrete. I don't know if Nathan, you've been able to look at other products, but I do know that if you want something like a wood structure, that is going to be probably more expensive because now you're cutting wood, you're purchasing wood, you're doing a lot of labor to install it, whereas the concrete was pre-manufactured, brought to the site, and they just put it in place. Again, you're still dealing with issues of, what kind of footing do you use? There's so many factors. And right now, I just don't know if alternative materials would be a cheaper cost, but it is something that we can look into during the pre-30% if there is an interest in alternative materials and what that might cost. Again, this is not something that you see everywhere. And so trying to come up with a reasonable cost can be difficult because we don't have a lot of examples to go off of.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I think the durability of the wood boardwalk might be an issue, but
there are other maintenance issues related to using wood. It gets wet, it gets slippery. There's constant maintenance that would have to be done on that to preserve it. And then when you're looking at aesthetics, if you want it to look nice, then it has to be treated. And all that would then fall into our operations hands. And then, of course, with our limited resources, we would have to budget in additional resources to maintain something like that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know that having that feedback will be helpful for our community so they can understand where we're at. All right.
I honestly, Councilmember Kugler.
I know Councilmember Shrubnik did also send her feedback, and I don't know if that was shared with staff. Okay. Does staff need us to come to a consensus or a majority on some perspective?
We really can't proceed without council direction. We believe that we've gone as far as we can go with what we can do. And so we need some direction so we can continue. with this project. We do have deadlines with the grant that we need to begin. We're already a year behind. And so we can't afford to delay much longer, or we wind up having issues with our granting agencies.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how we, I almost feel like I feel like we almost need Councilmember Sharpik here to kind of break a tie, if you will, on some level, because I don't think that we have any sort of consensus right now on this dais. And I would hate to add this to a December agenda, but we have 6 people right now, and I believe we have something resembling a 3-3 split, which is not enough to give them direction. Unless somebody thinks differently or wants to make a motion, but. Councilmember File.
So I would like to kind of split a little bit of this discussion and move forward in 2 different directions here. I'd like to first consider the feasibility study. I'd like to make a motion that we move ahead with the feasibility study.
This is the feasibility study for alternatives 1, 2, and 3 kind of pushed together that staff was proposing.
Yes, as well as the bridge materials. They did say, they could incorporate that in that feasibility study. It would be good to have that information back, and also something I believe our community would appreciate.
I think it'd make it easier for some of us to picture kind of what's being proposed if we could get further along in design on what staff is talking about. It might clear up some of our concerns.
What's the motion?
Can you repeat the motion, Councilmember?
I made the motion that we accept the recommendation to move forward with feasibility study.
For alternatives 1, 2, and 3, and materials for bridges?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
Second that.
All right, motion and second. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
Yes, one moment. On a motion to accept the recommendation to move ahead with the feasibility study for alternatives 1, 2, and 3 for materials and bridges. Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
No.
Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right.
Could we, a clarification on that? So
sure.
We pursue design of 1, 2, and 3, come up with a layout, and then present to council what it looks like. And at that point, it's a go, no go sort of thing, or?
I believe so. I think we just need a better picture of what it looks like.
And that was inclusive of the pedestrian bridge.
Researching the bridge material.
Yes, thank you.
And the costs associated with
Thank
that.
you.
And then another thing to that, if we do get this grant and, we'll have some more funds to cover the additional expense. So that's another thing to consider.
We do expect to hear back on that grant.
November 30th.
Thank you. And will we be delaying your project? Or will we be delaying the work any further on 61st at this point? I know we also have fish windows, spring and fall.
No, I mean, this will give us the ability to pursue the design with 1, 2, and 3 and come up with a footprint.
Thank you.
Council to evaluate, and if it changes, then it changes then.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Really appreciate the presentation. Unless there's any objection, we will stand at ease for, let's say, 7 minutes to 9:20.
Is that a federal holiday?
Kenmore City Council will return to order. Next on the agenda is proposed resolution 23-406, repealing resolution number 18-315 and establishing surface water management service changes for 2024 through 2030, and proposed resolution 23-407, repealing resolution number 19-318 and establishing stormwater capital facilities charges beginning in 2024. That was a mouthful. Presented by City Manager Rob Carlenzi, Finance and Administration Director Melinda Merrill, Environmental Services Director Richard Sawyer, and Consultant Ashley Emery for adoption.
Right. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Yes, so you basically introduced me with my first two slides here, but yes, we're here to discuss the service water management rate study that we just recently completed to adopt the option that was previously chosen by council. And yes, and I do have Ashley online if any questions come up, but I'll just let the clerk know if we need him, if that does come up. I'd like to provide a quick recap. So we conducted a surface water management analysis of our rates and our capital facilities charge this year, and working with a consultant, Peninsula Financial Consulting, to develop some funding options for 2024 through 2030. And these ranged from a variety of options, which we started with Stay the Course, which basically funds our existing CIP, the Public Works Operations Center, and our current operations, all the way up to a option that we called Rapid Progress Plus, which included all of the baseline programs and projects, but it also included several additional culvert projects and restoration projects. And I'll go a little bit into more detail on the option that council directed staff to proceed with and come back today with a resolution to adopt. And that was the Rapid Progress Plus option. So again, with this option, there were several existing programs and projects that this continued to fund through all the options, including the Public Works Operations Center, which, just a quick reminder, in July, we presented a funding plan to include this with the City Facilities Capital Improvement Program, which included an estimated swim fund payment of about $900,000 annually to the city facilities CIP to pay the surface water management portion of that cost. And then on September 11th, council approved that plan. And just a quick reminder that the Public Works Operations Center, so that does support surface water management projects. A lot of our operations, a lot of staff are paid that work on surface water, day-to-day work, and equipment, vehicles. So a lot of those come directly from the Surface Water Management Fund, and that's why you see that highlighted here. There were several existing surface water management programs, again, in all options, just kind of including the ongoing operations, maintaining compliance with our NPDES permits, both current and upcoming, and some of our existing capital projects that we already had on the books. What it added was the ability to implement some of our climate actions that we've identified in the city's climate action plan. Several new facility retrofits. So we've got aging facilities, and we have areas that don't have any water quality or flow control treatment that we can now analyze and retrofit those areas. One of the big ticket items was several new fish passage barrier culvert replacements. This option not only added those projects, but it allows us to complete those sooner. And it also does guarantee construction of several of those projects, whether we can or cannot find grants. But I do want to point out that finding grants is still a high priority for staff. So I hope that we're successful in finding all the additional grant funding that we need to do all the projects on the list. And then last, several restoration projects that we added funding to include habitat restoration, which does include kind of the the costly component of land acquisition. So it funds a lot of work there as well. And again, that was the Rapid Progress Plus option that council asked us to come back for today to adopt. Another quick recap of the timeline. So we introduced this back in August in our summer newsletter and met with you all in September to kind of propose these different options and receive direction on kind of which way we would want to go. We've done a lot of outreach through all the city's social media outlets. We've had it now in a couple of our quarterly news letters and our e-news. We mailed out postcards in October and had about 150 or so responses, and of those responses, slightly more than half favored the Rapid Progress or Rapid Progress Plus options. And then on the 16th, we kind of received final direction to come back today and provide the two resolutions adopting the Rapid Progress Plus options for both the swim rates and the capital facilities charge. And so that's what we're here today. And first, I'd like to bring up Resolution 23-406. So I've kind of have these in two slides, providing a landing page for council to look at the final rates being proposed and then make that motion to adopt the resolution. And up first are the surface water service charge rates. And so I've provided, so this is the actual table that would be in the resolution with fees starting in 2024. I've included the percentage change on the bottom representing each year. And then one thing I meant to highlight on this as well is to point out that there is the senior and disabled surface water service charge exemption for qualifying residents. So we've been getting lots of phone calls and emails and letting folks know how they can apply for that exemption with King County. So we've definitely sparked a lot of interest on that, and hopefully eligible community members are taking advantage of that. So I can pause here and take any questions.
Questions? Not seeing any questions. You want us to take action on that now, or do you want us to?
Yeah, if you, council will take action on that now, and then once we're complete here, I'll move to the capital facilities charge next.
Sure, the chair would entertain a motion to adopt resolution 23-406, repealing resolution 18-315 and establishing surface water management service charges for 2024 to 2030.
So moved, Councilmember File.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. On the motion to adopt resolution 23-406, repealing resolution number 18-315 and establishing surface water management service charges for 2024 through 2030. Councilmember Baker,
No.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
With enough votes in favor, the motion passes.
Thank you. On to resolution 23-407. So this updates the city's capital facilities charge. And this option was the same for all four of the options brought forth and establishes a capital facilities charge of $3,700 for each equivalent residential unit. So staff would like to ask council to make a motion and vote on this resolution.
Any questions? Okay, the chair would entertain a motion to adopt resolution 23-407, repealing resolution 19-318 and establishing stormwater capital facilities charges beginning in 2024.
So moved, Councilmember File.
Second.
Motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? No discussion. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All
All
right.
right. Thank you
That's
very
all for
much.
staff, unless you got any questions.
I think we're good. Thank you very much. Item C, proposed ordinance number 23-0587, mid-biennial amendments to the 2023-2024 biennial budget and the 2024 salary plan, presented by Finance Administration Director Melinda Merrill for discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. We are here today to talk about the mid-biennium budget amendments. So why are we doing this? Well, we need to do it because it's required by law. And we amend due to any potential economic changes that are affecting the budget and any changes in work programs and priorities that need to be modified during the midpoint in the biennium. So some of the examples of things that are included are all of these CIP updates that have been approved during the summer and fall. Those are included in here, as well as the items that were approved back in February, the CAP and HHS funding package. So those are included here as well. And then we also need to make sure that our legally adopted expenditures for various funds are not exceeded, so we don't go over in our expenditures. So those are closely monitored. So what is included in this package? So the general fund overall, we have made adjustments based on that 6-year financial forecast that you saw at the last meeting. And we've used what came about from that forecast to modify what's in the 23 and 24 budgets. So the net impact to the general fund is $118,000 increase after all the amendments are accounted for. So I'm going to go over just some of the large increases that are important to note. Overall, the revenue increases are a net 1.7 million. So revenue, there's some decreases to revenue and increases to revenue. And so the net increase is 1.7 million. And those increases include 781,000 for solid waste utility taxes, 430,000 for electric utility taxes, 245,000 for natural gas utility taxes, 165,000 for surface water utility taxes, 275,000 for plan review fees, and 233,000 in investment earnings. Again, those are not all, but the large items that are included. Any questions on those numbers? Okay, so here are the decreases in revenue. So we decreased our sales tax projection, 311,000. We decreased the cable utility tax, 166,000. Admission tax, we reduced 135,000, and land use permit application fees down 100,000. Again, those were the large decreases to our revenue forecast and revenue that's included in the budget. So for expenditures, again, some expenditures increased, some decreased. The net amount was 1.5 million. The large changes include $537,000 for the new Climate Action Plan program. So that includes staffing and costs for materials and goods and services. $550,000 for the new Housing and Human Services program, again, staffing and services. $454,000 for the new finance manager and admin costs. There was an increase in our WCIA premiums, so we had to adjust the budget $160,000. We reduced the street fund transfer from general fund to the street fund by $480,000. And then the police services, we had to add another $290,000. Any questions on those?
Councilmember Kugler?
I think we talked about this, but can you remind me why the WCIA premiums went up so much?
It's basically, it's our insurance coverage. And so it's more
risk mitigation for them because they've been having large payouts, basically. So it's kind of similar to the police contract where it's insurance-based, right? Big changes or big payouts that have to be covered. So it's the same thing with WCIA. Okay. All right, so our total amended revenues for 23-24 would be 32.9 million. Total amended expenditures, 32.8. You can see the net impact to the fund balance. So currently the ending fund balance is at 3.586 million, and adding in the revenue adjustments of 1.6 million, reducing it by the expenditure adjustments of 1.5 gets us to 3.7 million ending general fund balance after these amendments are made. Okay, so other funds. So we have a lot of changes, not just to the general fund. So there's a variety of funds that are also being impacted. So the street fund, we are reducing the transfer from the general fund, but we're getting an increase from the TBD fund because of the vehicle tab fee. The expenses, $100,000 from CAPE are needed to cover salaries and benefits, and we're reducing the transfer to the Public Works Operations Center. CAPE fund, we started that late in the year, so we're reducing revenues by $250,000, and we're moving the partial salaries and benefits are moved to the street fund, as you can see on the other slide or other box. The TBD fund, again, we're seeing an increase in the vehicle tab fees because we raised that cost. And then expenses, we're increasing the transfer. So it's an in and out. We bring in more revenue and then it goes to the street fund. Transportation Capital Fund, because of the CIP, there's $5.1 million increase in that amount due to multiple funding changes. I didn't list all of those. If you remember, there's a lot. On the expenses side, same thing, $5.4 million increase per adopted CIP. And again, the numbers might look off because of timing in the CIP because this is just for 2 years. And obviously the CIP goes out for many years. The REIT fund expenses, we are transferring $342,000 to the Public Works Shop Fund for debt service. We're increasing the transfer to transportation, $483,000, and we're reducing the transfer from REIT, $20,000. Park Capital, again, CIP changes resulted in an addition of $1.1 million in revenues and an increase in $1.3 million in expenses. The Park Impact Fee Fund, we are transferring $157,000 to the Park Capital Fund. Public Works Shop Fund revenues, $2.4 million of bond proceeds are needed, and then bond issuance expenses of $2.4 million. So you see that on both sides. The $524,000 net increase in transfers from a variety of funds, REIT, street, surface water, and general fund. And then that makes up the amount needed for the debt service payment. Surface Water Management Fund, revenues, we're adjusting for the new swim rates. So there's an increase of $837,000. And we're transferring that to the capital fund. So you see that as an expense. And we're transferring $366,000 to the Public Works Shop Fund for debt service. Surface Water Management Capital Fund, $2.5 million increase per the new CIP and a $3.5 million increase per the new CIP. Okay, so we also updated our salary plan. We base our increase on the June CIPI, and the increase was 4.5%. So that's what is recommended to staff salaries beginning January 1st, 2024. And that adjusted information is in your packet, the new rates. We also added new positions to the budget. So as mentioned earlier, in the general fund, we've added the Climate Action Plan Manager, Housing and Human Services Manager, and a Finance Manager. In the Surface Water Management Fund, we are adding a project manager to assist with the increased work plan that has not been hired. And then Transportation Capital, another engineer to assist with the increased work plan, again, not yet hired. Next steps. This presentation today, obviously, and then on the 4th, there will be a public hearing and then the ordinance, including the amended salary plan for adoption. What questions do you have?
Councilmember Kugler?
Do you know, do you happen to know why the sales tax decrease much?
I don't know that I have a theory why. Do you have a theory why, Rob, our sales tax is going down?
Construction for one, we're seeing less construction activity this year than we did last year. That's probably the main one. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, I have to try to get the right thing here. Next up, we have Public Works Operations Center bond issuance presented by City Manager Rob Carlindsey, Finance and Administration Director Melinda Merrill, Public Works Operations Director Jennifer Gordon, Environmental Services Director Richard Sawyer. And then we've got David Tregster from DA Davidson and Company, Managing Director Online, along with Deanna Gregory, Partner at Pacifico Law Group.
All right, thanks for hanging in there. Appreciate your attention to this important topic, and it's been quite a journey, and tonight is another milestone on that journey. We're not asking for you to vote on this tonight. It'll come back to you in 2 weeks, but we are bringing forward to the finance tool to get the job done on the Public Works Operations Center. And just as a reminder, the property was purchased back in 2021. The project's been in design, and at the July 24th, 2023 council meeting, we presented the project plan and the funding plan to go with it, including this tool that we'll be talking about tonight. At that July 24th meeting, we got direction from the council to move forward. And then that got even more solidified when on September 11th, the city council adopted this proposed plan, including the funding plan and debt issuance as the method at that meeting on September 11th. So we've received direction from you to keep moving on and going forward on this project, both on July 24th and September 11th. What you see before you tonight implements your the direction you've already been given. So what we'd like to do tonight is hearken back to July 24th, because that was a few months ago. And we just want to remind council and the public of why we're here, how we got here, and why this is so important. So if you could indulge us for a little bit as we go through some of the July 24th slides. Jennifer will take the lead on that. And then once we've done that, then we will get to a point where we'll turn it over to Melinda and David Tregser and Deanna Gregory to go over the bond issuance tool itself. So Jennifer, please take it away.
Thanks, Rob. I'm going to be presenting for the most part the same presentation we brought to you on July 24th. So I'm going to run through it fairly quickly because I know you all have heard this information before. So just going back to the beginning, we had been using, oops, sorry about We had been using the City of Lake Forest Park Public Works Services since the incorporation of the city in 1998. In 2018, we got notice from City of Lake Forest Park that they were no longer going to provide us services. And so we had to really change gears and focus on setting up our own in-house public works crew. And so we did that during those few months in 2008, and we started on January 1 of 2019. We are located on what is known as the Shell property on 522 and 67th. And that has always, the intention has always been that would be a temporary location for us. Our offices are in the back side of the post office building, was where all the crew goes to work every day. Let's see, the same slide. Sorry about that. The permanent site search and acquisition, we did a comprehensive search. We searched for size, location, cost, and willing seller. The final selection on 202nd next to Kenmore Middle School was purchased in the amount of 6.1 million. The property was offered for sale, so it was a for sale property and was a willing seller in combination with a neighboring property that was getting ready to be developed into a short plat. We had to go through the rezone and process through the comprehensive amendment. And it also will require a conditional use permit for day-to-day operations. There we go. Okay, so why do we need the Public Works Operations Center now? Because we no longer are with the City of Lake Forest Park. We are, need to provide our own services for our community. The temporary space that we have now is very small, inadequate. As we accumulate new infrastructure through things like the walkways and waterways projects, parks, which included parks and right-of-way streets improvements, the increase in population and customer service requests received, new programs to operate and support, as well as keeping up with the newer state mandated stormwater permit requirements. What's in a public works operations building or yard? Turnout space for the maintenance workers to receive daily work orders, coordinate work. So they come to the office, get their, work for the day, and then they are deployed throughout the city. We'll have water quality testing lab and equipment, lunchroom, training area, kitchen, locker rooms, restrooms, showers, meeting space, storage equipment, or storage for equipment, and offices that will serve for the environmental services department, the parks and recreation, and the obviously the public works operations crew and administrative support staff. We are still in this preliminary design and permitting phase. We hope to finalize design and obtain permits next year in 2024. Have the project go out to bid, probably the second half of 2024, begins construction in 2025, and hopefully be completed in 2026. As Rob mentioned, we came to council July 24th to present a proposed phased development approach to the Public Works Operations Center. Instead of building the entire property out, so essentially completing the entire master plan, we had proposed to do it in a phased approach and just building this first phase. And we don't anticipate building future phases. They're not funded. There's no plan for any of the future phases. We're just talking about this first phase of development. We'll develop about 2/3 of the site, construct just the admin building, and include environmental elements such as the cisterns, solar panel ready, EV charging, and there'll be even EV charging for current vehicles plus the infrastructure built for future additional EV charging, using low impact development methods and materials. What are we sacrificing by not building the entire site out? We are not going to have enough money to build any of the shops, buildings, or vehicle storage bays. So we're going to have to use the containers that we already use on our temporary site and relocate them to the new property. We will not be able to build out the solar panels for the property. It'll be solar panel ready, but they won't actually be installed on the building. We will not be able to have covered material storage. We'll just have to use our eco block bins that we have now and use tarps to cover them up. We don't plan to do the geothermal heating and cooling, but we are still going to get bids for that to see if we can afford to fit those in. We won't have a smaller operations building, so there'll be room for the future expansion, but we won't be building any of those extra buildings. And the last thing we won't be doing is the decant facility that would be filtering all the street sweeping vector waste that we currently do. And now we dispose of it at Cathcart. This is the proposed phase 1 site plan. We'll be improving the parking lot areas. So that's all hardscape and asphalt around the building there. But what we will be doing is we'll be using the site to, the goal is to preserve as many trees as possible. So not only will we preserve the trees, but also design the site to be able to use that solar, the most solar to our advantage. So putting the buildings where there already is open space and no trees, and positioning the buildings and the roof so that we get the most out of that. The other part, it would be the exterior landscape buffer to the east. That will be the residential neighboring property that have the largest buffer, but we'll still have a landscape perimeter around the entire site. This is a look at the inside of the building of what it might look like with office space, the lunchroom, training area, and then crew space and locker rooms, large electrical closets for all of the needs for whether that's the solar converters or extra panels for EV charging, etc. This is what the phase 2 future shops might look like, but again, we're not proposing that will be included in this first phase, and there is no plan in the future of when this might take place, but probably after all of us are retired and gone. And phase 3 would be the decant facility. Here's a conceptual site view, the full build out. So this is what it would eventually look like when it's completely built out. As you can see, we are showing that, we're trying to save all of those existing trees on the property. Here's an elevation view.
And we did note that there are a handful of exceptional trees on the property, and thankfully, luckily, we're going to avoid them.
That's correct.
So that was very fortunate.
Another reminder, on July 24th, we presented this phased approach to developing the Public Works Operations Center and the proposed budget and funding strategy. To cut costs, the proposal deleted shops and storage buildings as well as the decamp facility. And the council supported the proposed phase approach and gave staff direction to move forward with phase 1 with the funding plan as proposed. September 11th, the city council adopted this facilities capital improvement plan. This included the Public Works Operations Center project and funding plan, which is included in a bond issue plan, which is included a bond issue to be repaid with surface water utility revenue and REIT revenue. We're here tonight to propose and discuss the bond issuance, and as Richard presented earlier, the surface water utility rate changes. December 4th, we'll be back to discuss the bond issue for adoption. In summary, going in-house, I think that we saw nothing but benefit from bringing our public works operations in-house. I think that everybody can see, hopefully, that the level of service is much higher than it ever was, and we are able to provide a very solid service to the city and the community. The Public Works Operations Center is essential for serving our residents and maintaining our infrastructure. As I said before, the current site, that temporary site, is very small and inadequate. And as we increase in population and infrastructure is added, assets are added, increase in surface water requirements just further reinforces the need for the Public Works Operations Center. Let's see, complies with the City Council's direction last year to cut project costs, bringing this into a phased approach as opposed to building out the whole site. We are sacrificing some of the project elements, kind of doing the bare minimum, what we can get by with, includes those climate and earth-friendly components, and takes a long view and allows for future expansion for future generations. This is a new slide that I added, and I guess want to take a moment to just talk about how important the Public Works Operation and Maintenance Department is. It is one of the city's core function. And I guess it's so important that it doesn't land on the priorities for the council because it's a given. It's something we have to do every day, 24 hours a day. We're here around the clock. We are here on holidays. You don't know about it, but we're here all the time. And I think that everything we do supports the council's mission, vision, and every single priority the council has. It doesn't matter what they are. It doesn't matter if they change. We will still, everything we do supports all of those priorities. Public Works Operations touches every single person within Kenmore's boundaries. And it's not just about the people that live here, it's everyone that lives here, everyone that works here, everyone that comes to visit Kenmore, everyone that goes to school in Kenmore, people that are running the businesses in Kenmore, people that are doing business for Kenmore community members that are not Kenmore businesses, people that are simply passing through. I know that all the other departments touch the community in lots of different ways, but I don't think we can say that another department touches as many people as Public Works Operations and Maintenance. Pass that along.
Thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate that. So this slide is also something that you should be very familiar with, not only on July 24th, but this plan was also presented additional times as well. One thing that has changed is the very last line there at the bottom. The feedback and direction we received from you on July 24th was a preference to try to see if we could get the geothermal heating into the project. So we're adding that as an additive bid alternate. And so if the bids do come in low, we might be able to do geothermal heating or shops building, or if we're really lucky, both. So you can see that the total cost, including land acquisition and design and permitting and everything, is 22.5 million. Over the last few weeks, months, a $35 million number has been thrown around. Well, where did that come from? That is the full build out cost, which we are not proposing. As Jennifer said, full build out will probably not happen in this generation, unfortunately. It's going to have to be left to future generations. So that's the funding plan. All right, I should say the budget. Oh, I'm moving my mouse. Yeah, please. Yeah, and then here's how we propose to pay it back through a debt instrument or a bond issue, which is the main topic for tonight. You can see the bond payment and the term there. And the two main funding sources are real estate excise tax and surface water utility revenue. That again, especially the bottom one there, that got approved on September 11th, and then also just now when you adopted your surface water fee increase, that was included in that just moments ago when you had that vote. Next slide. So what about real estate excise tax? So that is a capital restricted fund. It can't go and help pay for operations. It can only be spent on capital. There's a small exception to that that's not worth going into or relevant, but REIT, for the most part, for the 99.9% most part, can only be spent on capital. So we're proposing to take about half of REIT and direct it towards the payment of this. There's actually, not to get too nerdy, but there's REIT 1 and REIT 2. So the REIT 1 is the first 1/4% of real estate excise tax. REIT 2 is the second 1/4%. This project does not qualify for REIT 2 spending. So we can only use REIT 1 to fund this project. So we're conservatively using a little less than half of total REIT, or a little less than all of REIT 1 for this. Trying to move the thing on my computer. I just better close it. Okay, all right. Jennifer, please go to the next slide. Oh, this is okay. And then again, should not be new to you. And we talked about the impact of this project on swim fees multiple times, including July 24th presentation. It was a public discussion. We shined a light on this, the $75 per year increase. We shined a light on this on July 24th. We also shined a light on it at the September 11th meeting. And then it's been part of the overall rate increase discussions. And again, remind us all and the public that there is an exemption for low-income seniors and disabled and veterans. I needed to put veterans up there as well. Fortunately, the income threshold for that is being moved from 58,000 to 84,000 income level next year. And at this point, these are going to be new slides now. And Melinda and her bond issuance team get to present the following slides.
Yes, so I believe that Dave Tregesser and Deanna, I blank on her last name, Deanna is online. Gregory, thank you. And so this chart you see shows the different funding sources that we have for the Public Works Operations Center. And the first two, the state low interest loan and the Banner Bank loan, we've already taken out those proceeds. And we have the annual debt service payment you see over on the far right of $210,000 and $460,000. And then what we're bringing forward tonight is the Councilmanic LTGO for $12.5 million, and some estimated terms that we will go more into with an annual debt service payment of about 1.1, total of 1.8 million. Again, the two sources to cover those costs from REIT and surface water management fees. Thank you. So what are the parameters for the issuance of these bonds? LTGO, limited tax general obligation at the very top there. So the parameters will be that we would close and deliver the bond proceeds by December 24th or December 2024. The bonds will be LTGO, limited tax general obligation bonds, which are backed by the city's full faith and credit and are issued within the city's non-voted debt limitation. The maximum amount to be issued is not more than 12.8 million, and the borrowing cost, the true interest cost, may not exceed 6.5% without seeking additional authorization from council. And if you saw in the last slide, the numbers that we, and Dave will speak more to this, is currently around 5. And I think it's gone down a little bit from there. Okay, I believe Dave is online and these are his slides. So Dave, are you there?
I am. Hopefully you can hear me very well.
Yep, we can.
Thank you. Hey, good evening. Thank you, Melinda, Mayor and Council. I've been asked to give you a brief update on the tax exempt bond market and talk about this particular LTGO bond. So let's go to the next slide. This is just a 20-year history of the tax exempt bond market yields. This is a composite. We call it the bond buyer index. It's the yields are pegged every week. And as you can see, during the pandemic, we hit all-time lows in the market back a few years ago. Since then, we've had a lot of inflation fears. Federal Reserve has increased interest rates. That's affected all interest rates, including even your investment earnings. And rates have gone up quite a bit this past year. However, in the last two weeks, yields have come down quite a bit as well. Next slide, please. This is what we call a sources and uses of funds. The number I want to point out to you is highlighted in yellow. Our goal is to deposit $12.574 million in bond proceeds to your project fund. Our current financing timeline is that we would actually close a bond issue the first part of June. So interest rates would not be locked in until then. The city is an excellent credit in our bond world. You have an outstanding AAA S&P global ratings. You're one of 12 cities in the state with the highest available bond rating. We will be going back to S&P for a rating on these bonds. But the intent again is to deposit those dollars amount at that time. Next, and I would like to point out that the interest rates would not be locked in until the bonds are priced, and that is currently scheduled to be later in May. Okay, next slide. This is just a hypothetical debt service schedule. Melinda mentioned this. We're planning on a 20-year fixed rate financing, essentially level debt service on the far right there of about $962,000 each year. Starting in 2025, you'd have a half payment due next year in 2024. We have been very conservative in these numbers as far as in the parameters in the delegation bond ordinance. It mentioned a maximum rate of 6.5%, and currently the goal of less than 5. Currently, we ran the numbers late last week, and the estimated true interest cost is 4.21%. So quite a bit less than the maximum parameter. All right, next slide, please. Our current schedule, as I think Rob and Melinda mentioned, is first reading of the authorizing delegation bond ordinance tonight, and then actual action on the bond ordinance would be on December 4th, the passage. And then the first part of next year, we start the actual bond issuance process. A lot of that has to do with disclosure updates for the preliminary official statement. We then put a packet together for S&P Global Ratings. We go back to the rating agency for their actual rating. Once that is released, we start marketing the bonds in the springtime. And the interest rates, as noted there, would be actually priced and finalized on May 18th with a bond closing on June 4th. On a bond closing, we wire transfer that $12.5 million to the city for deposit, and they have it for investment during the construction period. And we'll get to keep the investment earnings during that period of time. That's the actual process. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have about the bond market or interest rates or your credit rating. And if not, thanks very much.
Any questions? Councilmember File?
I have questions for our staff, not on the bonds. So do you want me to hold those for a little bit later?
Let's hold those for now.
Thank you.
I just wanted to offer the opportunity for Deanna. I think she's online if she had anything she wanted to add.
Hi, everybody. I'm Deanna Gregory, Pacifica Law Group. Thank you for inviting me here tonight to speak to the bond ordinance and answer any questions. I know a lot of it's been covered. The delegation parameters, if you're curious to go straight to those, they are listed in section 12 of the bond ordinance that you have in front of you. That's where we really lay out those that not to exceed principal amount, the not to exceed true interest costs, that interest amount that Dave mentioned. Also, other parameters such as that outside maturity date for the bonds. So consideration of this ordinance will be the only official action that the council will take with respect to the bond issue, not the project, of course, but just the bond issue. And once the ordinance is considered, and if it's adopted, so long as the final sale results fit within those delegated parameters, there will be no, from an authorization standpoint, no further action that needs to be taken by council. The designated representatives of the city will, which is 3 different people and their designees. It goes down from the mayor, the city manager, and the finance and administrative director, or their designees, are each individually authorized to approve the final terms of the bonds and to execute documents in connection with the sale of the bonds to D.A. Davidson. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I wanted to definitely point you to that section of the ordinance that highlights those specific parameters.
Councilmember File, do you want to ask your question now?
My questions aren't in relation to the bond.
Okay. Any other questions?
Okay, thank you, Deanna. Thank you, Dave. So on December 4th, we will bring forward for adoption that ordinance that Deanna was referencing, which provides for delegation of authority to issue the LTGO bonds. And then, as was mentioned, I will work with Dave Trageser and Deanna Gregory through to delivery of the bonds. What questions do you have for me?
All right, Councilmember File.
Thank you. You know, since we had these earlier discussions, we have also adopted a climate action plan and goals. It has come to my attention that kind of changes a little bit how we might see our work on public works and the need to serve our community and its function in climate action. I want to bring that to the attention of my fellow council colleagues. There are issues on this need for public works and serving our community that we may have missed in sight since the last time we really addressed these issues this summer. And given the needs of and the work of Public Works and the needs of a decant facility, I'm also thinking about our impacts of these decisions we make when approving an issue such as Public Works and a very slimmed down design plan. And our role we are playing on climate action and our global climate footprint. I don't know that choosing a lesser option is appropriate now, going to the facts that we do have climate action goals. And this reduced option does not necessarily meet the high standard of our top goal this year, let alone next year, and for those future years to come. I'm also looking at something I became aware of a little earlier, a couple months ago, and again through the National League of Cities conference, which is the investments for public works and economic development facilities, grants for public works, construction of new buildings, like we are considering. I hope that we are considering applying to that. And I would rather see a greater design approved than just a phase one plan. Bringing these concerns, I'd like to hear a little bit of feedback from my fellow council colleagues about that. I know this kind of changes the goalpost, but we have changed the goalpost since we last talked about Public Works. So I would like to hear a little feedback from my council colleagues before moving any other discussion forward.
Councilmember Kugler? I do think we're getting a little field from the thing in front of us, which is the bond issuance, but Councilmember Kugler?
Yeah, I would want to know more detail from staff if we are being prevented from doing some of our climate action plan work because of our facilities. My general feeling is just that, you know, construction costs have gone up substantially. We have to spend within our means. And so I think the phased approach makes sense. I think we have to be really mindful about how much we are spending at this time.
Any other comments, questions? Councilmember Baker?
Yes. I have watched Public Works from almost the city's inception, and certainly since Jennifer has been here, from her first days in cramped space over in Lake Forest Park, being our representative, but bossed around by other people, and watching that agreement with Lake Forest Park fall apart, which I thought was long overdue. I've watched this Public Works Department grow from nothing to, I think, one of the best organizations, certainly in the state. I think Jennifer has done a tremendous job, and I would like to see her get a proper place. And I'm happy with what you've done. I think that some of the plans, given where we're at, are a long way out. And they're going to change. And I don't know about dumping all of that money into plans that are not going to be built, certainly in this generation. So I'm a little hesitant with that, but I can't support Jennifer and her department more than I am. Just outstanding group of people, and we are so fortunate to have them.
Councilmember Kugler?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that. I know, Jennifer is not trying to compare one department to the other, but we all see the impact of Public Works day to day. And I know I've heard some comments to the, I think from the public about like, maybe we don't need the Public Works facility or that we, but it is woefully inadequate. We have all been offered the opportunity to tour the current facilities, and for the city of our size, they are really not sufficiently equipped right now with the facilities that we have. So I absolutely support the bonds moving forward. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
First, I want to thank Councilmember File for bringing up the relation to our climate action plan and environment. I am with Councilmember Kugler in that we do need to be mindful about our funds, and Councilmember Baker as both brought up. But I tie into the connection. I hope we do have opportunity for grants and other things to lighten our load, the load on our community and our city. I also and I don't think I can say it any better than Councilmember Baker and Kugler, but as you were presenting today, the heart with which you lead your team came through, and I've seen it, and we are genuinely fortunate to have your leadership here in the city of Kenmore. And I'm glad we can get at least started on this amazing facility that we're building that is going to serve us through some really big times, and we'll be doing incredible work for our community. So thank you. But as you were presenting, I just in the middle of it wanted to say, I saw the heart, and thank you for bringing what you do to our city every day.
All right, any more questions or comments on the bond issuance? Councilmember File.
Thank you. I appreciate the feedback from my colleagues. And I just want to kind of reiterate that while we are being responsible with our funds, we're also mindfully aware that the space that prior served our public works was cramped, and we're not necessarily improving upon that with just phase one. It's almost a slim match, slight improvement. I do hope to see that Kenmore looks to these Build Back Better grants that have like a 90 to 100-day turnaround in response. And if there is a possibility to expand that design with a grant, I would like to see that happen for Kenmore and for our community. I'm happy to move forward tonight otherwise.
Any further discussion? Any further questions? All right, thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Next on the agenda, third quarter financial report for the city of Kenmore, Washington, presented by Finance Administration Director Melinda Merrill. I like how we specify that the financial report is for the city of Kenmore, Washington. I hate to be confused. It literally spelled out in the agenda that the financial report was for the city of Kenmore, Washington. That's all. It caught me as funny. Why?
Right.
Just to be clear. Sorry, it's 10:24 and I'm getting punchy.
Okay, so we are looking at the third quarter, 9/30/2023, which is 37.5% of the biennium that has elapsed. So where are we at with our general fund revenues? So the budget in total is 31.3 million. We are at 11.1, which is 35.6%. So pretty good. Looking on target so far. everything, it looks pretty reasonable if you go down to the percentage side, with the exception of investment interest which is great. As I've been mentioning, we're doing really well. In fact, we have another bond that is coming due in a week or two, and it's, I think, currently at point something percent, and we'll turn that into another 4 to 5% bond, so it'll get even better. So looking good there. Some other areas, development fees and permits are up this year so far, and utility taxes. So for expenditures, we should be at, or for the biennium, we're at 31.2 million and we're at 10.751. I have added in estimated transfers of $750,000. Those have not happened. As you can see above, there's a 0 there, but I've estimated it so we can kind of true up those numbers for where we would be if we had annualized those along the way. And that puts us at 34.4% through September in expenditures. Yes, Joe.
Yeah, Councilor Marshall.
You know where code enforcement falls into those categories?
Under development services. Sorry, I had to scroll all the way down before I saw that. Okay, so general fund reserves. Our 20% requirement for 2023 is 3.6 million. As of September 30th, we're at 5.8 million, and the estimated fund balance at the end of 2024 is 4.7 million. As you know, our reserve policy is to hold not less than 20% of operating expenditures in order to offset any revenue shortfalls or unanticipated emergencies. Here's our investment schedule. You can see the maturity of the top one is 1130, and it's at a current rate of 0.3, and we will turn that into a much higher yield here shortly. We are at 8 million in securities and a total in all of our accounts of 28.6 million, which includes our checking and savings and LGIP accounts. Street fund, our revenues for the budget, 3.8 million. So far through 9/30, we're at just under 600,000. I've added in estimated transfers of 960,000, which are annualized for the biennium. That gets us to 1.5. So that puts us at 40% as of 9/30. And then our expenditures, $3.8 million budget. Year to date, we're at 1.1. There's a small amount of transfers, so that gets us to 1.2 million and 31.9%. And our net revenues, less expenditures, we're at 329,000 year to date. Surface Water Management Fund. Our storm drain fees are budgeted at 6.3 million, and year to date we are at 2.2 at 35% for the biennium. Our expenses are 8.5, and we are year to date at 1.8 or 21%. The swim fund has a cash balance of 2.5 million at 9/30, and factoring in approximately 1.3 million of annualized transfers brings the year to date expenditures to 36%. So that's more in line with where we should be. Impact fee revenue funds, budget is 505. Year to date, we're at 284 or 56%, and they have a cash balance of 379,000. Transportation impact fees, budget at 1 million. Year to date, 646,000 or 62%. Cash balance of $1 million. So those funds are looking very, very solid. REIT and TBD. REIT at 2.4 million, and year to date 802 or 33%. and a cash balance of 4.5 million. TBD is a budget of 726, year-to-date 301 or 41%, and a cash balance of 452,000. Summary, overall, general fund revenues are on pace for the biennium at 35.6. The general fund expenditures are slightly below budget at 32.0. That's without those transfers that I estimated. Interest revenue is very high at 199% budget, and all other funds are tracking as expected. Any questions?
Questions? Questions? All right, I'm not seeing any.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Staff report.
Well, tonight was a heavy night. Got a lot done, a lot presented. And a lot of things that you were presented are going to be carrying forward for approval in future meetings before the end of this year. I just want to publicly thank my coworkers for the amazing work that they've done on all the financial information that's been provided so far today, the tree protection ordinance, all the work that goes with that, the surface water work, and the swim fees in particular that you adopted tonight are a pretty big deal. I know it's tough to vote in increases like that, but not only is the swim surface water portion of the public workshop now solidified, but that funding, those increased rates are also going to help a lot of fish and help a lot of other wildlife. So it's going to be a really big deal for the ecosystem of Kenmore. So congratulations to you all for adopting those rates, and I appreciate working with you on that. Just one announcement. We have the day after Thanksgiving 4-year anniversary of Tracy Banashinsky's band of volunteers under the umbrella of the Snow King Watershed Council. Their 4-year anniversary is the day after Thanksgiving, this coming Friday from 11 to 12 or 11 to 2. And they will actually be planting trees and also ripping out blackberries. But that is going to be at Wallace Swamp Creek Park. And I'm hearing that there might be some extra special treats like pie, leftover pie, I don't know, and hot chocolate and coffee and that sort of thing. So even if you're super busy that day or whatever, feel free to just stop by and say hi and thank Tracy for her amazing work, because to be quite honest and frank and whatever, I've never seen anything quite like this in my entire career. To have this level of volunteerism sustained for this long. She routinely has at least 10 volunteers each Saturday. Last Saturday was a good 20 volunteers, and it's often 20 or more, and they just consistently come out. And she has a special little magic recipe. It's not just, oh, here, grab a shovel and go to work. She has a circle time at the beginning, a circle time at the end, where it really adds meaning to the event. So anyway, just hats off to Tracy Banashinsky. She is truly an eco co-creator, and I hope you can stop by on Friday if you're not out doing Black Friday shopping. And happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Thank you.
Councilmember reports and comments. Councilmember Baker.
Yes, I was at National League of Cities last week, where I received an award. I believe that's all I have.
Forgot to mention it's the Summa Cum Laude Diamond Award, and you're the first person in the history of NLCU to ever receive it. And I apologize if I got the name wrong. I think I put all the words together. All right.
It all works together.
Councilmember Marshall?
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Councilmember Kugler?
I just wanted to make sure that someone has submitted the voting representative to the SEA.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember File?
Thank you. Also attended National League of Cities conference last week and happy to be home and back here with you all. Some great takeaways. We have an issue coming back before us on considering whether or not to move forward with a public use law, a prevention of public drug use. In that sphere, much of the discussion at the National League of Cities had some takeaways in relation to the opioid crisis. And we in Kenmore and with King County, we often look at our diversion programs as that automatic next step in that process, opportunity of choice to opt in. And I hope that we can continue having those discussions. But one of the exciting takeaways was emergency departments that now are part of that process, closing that 86% or 83% gap into being able to access and start MOUD treatment right there in ER, because they can do that. They regularly prescribe. You have that first referral for peers specialists as well as a counselor. It's a fast track to getting into treatment. It's turning people's lives around. It's effective. It can be some part of our discussion that we could have, and I hope to see that happen. Other than that, I also attended the NPRSA meeting. We moved forward on a youth center grant, which is exciting. In the past, there had been both Rob Nabowski, a Bothell council member, and our own council member, Joe Marshall, who had sat on a small committee to really feasibility. The exciting piece is that there is a grant that has been set aside for a youth center for the North End. A feasibility study will be the next step, and I believe Councilmember Marshall will be called in along with Rob Dabowski and a couple of other folks to come back in and reconvene. So some exciting things for the future. There will be an RFP out for a needs assessment. And so Kenmore might have some interest in that area as well for our communities that we serve. So thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
I think I'll save mine for next week. I do have something from Mariah 8, but I'm gonna get a little bit more information before I bring it. Thank you.
All right. Like Councilmember Baker and Councilmember File, I was also at the National League of Cities Conference. A couple of takeaways for me. One of the most interesting classes I took was actually the first one I took. It was on council staff relations, and the mayor of St. Louis Park, Minnesota was presenting. He does consulting also, kind of does what Michael does for us. But something that he had that we don't have that I actually think is interesting is actually a written set of council norms for operation. We have council rules, we have all that sort of stuff, but we don't have and I think there are kind of some unwritten norms that we have as a council, but I think especially with almost half of a new council coming in, that it might be good to formalize some of those norms. And maybe that's something that we discuss at the January retreat, because I think it would be good to have that down so that everybody's on the same page with how we operate. Also took some interesting classes in communications, talking about how to communicate with the public. You ask the questions, what, so what, now what, as a way to kind of lay out how you're answering, how you're presenting a new topic to the public and answering questions to the public. And then a really interesting class, unfortunately it was very early in the morning, but it was about data literacy. It was essentially a stats 101 class for elected officials to prepare us to better be able to dig through data and understand what it means, which was very helpful as a poli-sci and comparative religion major. I found it very helpful. So anyway, great conference. And I have nothing else to add. So unless there's nothing more to come before us, we are adjourned.